See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Will be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Will be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Will be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Will be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action.
All right. Good evening, everyone, or good morning, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to another round of King of the Hill in Beyond All Reason. Tonight's a special one. Huge shout out to the devs and mods for giving us the opportunity to bring this epic showdown. For those of you that are just tuning into King of the Hill, this is where one or more, usually more, brave soul start on the top of a hill, or in the hole in the case of Raptor Crater, one of the most commonly played maps with us, and defend against an angry mob of peasants. I'm Twig, joined by Pradith and Tank Tom, and we're about to witness some absolutely wild battles. The hill or in Raptor Crater, the whole are going to be painted with more wreckage than a scrapyard sale. So let's get into it.
For our first game, we're going to be starting this one on Throne, it looks like, while the lobby is still of a middling size. We're going to chuck 4 people up on top and then everyone else around the outside and see just how much carnage we can get away with.
I think for this first one, we might let people pick on us so they can see how it's done or not done. And then we'll jump into spectate mode and maybe cast a couple of these games as well.
Yep.
Cool. All right, what have we got? Do we want to organize the teams so that they're actually somewhat separated for kings and not?
Yeah, I reckon.
Yeah, we will do.
I'm going to do this and start giving us some bonuses, and then we should be set to get going in a second. Now the question is, are we going to do a 4th up here with this many?
With this many, yeah, I think you have to do a 4th.
Who do we give it
to? That's a good question.
I need
maybe
mute a bunch of
Rhaenyra?
Maybe
Yeah,
Plat
yeah.
Q, seeing as is green. If the dev wants to be in this team, then I think a dev can be.
Yeah, we can do that. I will. Do that, and we should be
reasonably good to go. We'll
might just jump
move
across
people
and
over.
say hi to the others, and does that mean we want Rhaenyra up here? P-Tex potentially away. I imagine he should be back in a sec.
Yeah, he'll be back.
No, he did
AI.
say that he might not be around that much, so he might be specking.
Who put the AI in there?
It says Twig.
I had an AI accidentally.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, looks like it.
I should just stay away from. Yeah,
you really should. You're not very good at menus.
He's great at kicking people and specking them. Feel free to add the bonus to whoever we end up keeping up here, and I'll say hi to the others and be back in a sec.
Yep.
I'm specking PTAC. That is a very OP peasants, but we'll see how we go.
Yeah. Well, just based on a couple of things, I think I might be casting from the first one. So we might change the plan to do that.
Up to you, mate.
Yes. It also gives the viewers a good opportunity to learn a bit about what's going on.
Yeah, this is getting quite big. Let's get Duffy down. Make it a bit more even. He's happy with that. Okay, I'll post some rules and you can explain them to the people watching.
No worries. For everyone that's about to watch, we've established a decent set of rules so far. that lets this sort of go off without a hitch. So first one is a no rush 10 minutes, so everyone gets a nice solid 10 minutes to go. Unfortunately, because of the way that start boxes are done, that has to be enforced via essentially community participation. The start boxes for this is no one onto the second tier of throne, so the peasants will start on the very bottom layer, the kings will start on the very top, and then after 10 minutes it is all together they can go.
Oh man, we just stuffed up already with the rules.
Why is that?
Pornographer.
What do you mean?
I've posted the he's pointed out we both posted the raptor rules because we thought we were doing raptors.
Yep. That's right. The
go.
rules don't really differ that much between the two. The next one is no structures that are used offensively. So you're more than welcome to get yourself some of the artillery structures, provided that they're not built in range of anyone else's base. Third rule is the reclaim hack. Please don't do that. If you don't know what it is, I'm not going to explain it. If you do know what it is, please don't use it. Co-op eco is allowed, which means that multiple people banding together in order to utilize the 1,000 starting resources and only having to get one lab. We encourage that where appropriate. And there we go. It looks like we are launching off on this one.
Alright, so I can't get any tips about what's happening. I'm going to join the crew in the game and see how we go.
I'll catch you after this game, and depending on how many people join us tonight, we will keep adding people to the casting bench. But for now, you just get my sultry tone.
Who's joining us now?
Alright.
Oh, hello, Trick! So, Trick, ready to die?
Yeah, I don't have the build order that me, Tom, and Pradith practiced too many times earlier this week, so we might lose.
That was last week that we practiced that.
That's
but
right,
anyway.
He's jumped into the casting bench.
Yes, I did see that.
Again, classic, so.
I reckon we jump into another chat as kings.
Yep, we'll do that and get stuck into it. There we go.
You're happy that you got made king, Duffy?
Oh, I got bullied into it, man.
Please choose your starting location.
This is not a game where I'm gonna feel like a king, I'm gonna feel like a sheep to a slaughter.
Am I up the top?
Looks like it.
Come on, get through this faster, please.
Do we want to boost to T2 or do we want to go
We can boost to T2. I think boosting T2 might actually be fine.
I'm making my own tier 2 because I like eating my lab. You guys can buy off me or
no worries.
Make your own tier 2. But yeah, again, the tier 2 has to walk, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think by the time the tier 2 walks, it ends up arriving at about the same time as. Because I think that's what we worked out when we were practicing that. It gets to the first mechs about the same time, regardless of whether we boost in the middle or whether we make our own.
The only advantage for the middle is the middle gets to T3 by the 10 minutes a lot easier if it's boosted, but then no one else gets the advantage.
Yeah.
I like eating my lab, that's all I can say.
You like that extra 1,000 metal roughly?
Man, that's like an extra fusion.
Like that's also something I realized with eating the fusion to make the advanced fusion. You basically have the entire advanced fusion if you do that.
Oh, it's 7,000 metal. It's insane.
I'm gonna be a bit weird with how I start.
What?
Starting on the front line position.
Okay, so that means you're all going clockwise for the gates we're covering.
I can also go to Duffy's side instead, but yeah.
No, I like this side. I mean, because I'm gonna attack this side anyway. It's gonna be close down here with vehicles down here.
I'll probably do the typical Razorbacks, maybe ticks if I eco well enough.
But I like how this geo is so close. Basically means I can clear out this side instantly.
That one there is dangerously close.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I
this
was actually at one point
you
thinking
go-
of just sending mortars there.
I think we
Yeah, when
do
you come
first
straight over
start.
that hill.
go close here, man, and then just send vehicles or anything else there. It's like the vehicles and the close are just insane.
For a 44 OS player, you haven't been able to set your build queue yet. Press ready.
You can't see it, man. What?
I think it's just a case of people not remembering to press ready.
I'm just going to force
I
start
remember
it.
I've pressed that before on a different game. Surely I've done it again for this one. It's normally how
Right?
it goes, isn't it?
Battle started.
We do all play this
I
enough.
remember I read it up last time.
Good luck, don't die.
Oh,
I think that's more meant for us than them, but yeah. They don't need to know that.
Hopefully we win, but at the same time, good to see the Kings lose.
Yeah, we should have
it'll be nice if
It
it's at
will
least
be
a
a
fight.
victory against all
Think a
odds if
bigger
we win
bonus,
at least.
man.
Yeah, who have they got? They got Regeki. They got
And
Classic.
classic for that sake.
They also have 5 extra comps. Is that it?
Yeah, than
More
usual.
or less.
Yeah, usually it's 4 versus 12. I can do my very basic maths correctly. So are we doing any sort of feed, or are we just gonna everyone go solo?
I mean, I can dump some metal on you here in a bit. Can also start making more converters. I'll just not make mine for now then.
Oh. Cheers.
I don't mind taking on the role of glorified battery for a bit.
So don't forget your e-storage. Tweak is abusing the Mechanica now of Solar, man. Wind hasn't
I'm
dropped
not
from
I'm
19.
not reclaiming it though.
Yeah, but you will, man.
I will eventually, but I'm not going to do 20 of them.
You heard it here first, man. Twig abusing mechanics.
Might have been a bit optimistic making that one already. Oh well.
See, my energy's not full.
Man, that just made a battery.
Press exit out.
Okay, I'm going
You're
T2
doing
now.
here.
And I just overflowed accidentally. Alright,
Yeah.
I'm good for some metal now if anyone's got it.
Seems like we have a couple of people not listening completely.
An allied commander self-destructed.
There we go. I'll just take a con from you,
Yep.
Trick, since I have a quick
Yeah,
position
you'll
for
get my
it
first
anyway.
one. You'll get my first one.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Huh.
Tom, you want one as well? I'll take it.
It's probably alright. I'm
Going T2.
just setting mine up now. Yeah.
Okay. Cancel that one then.
Because I have mine up now.
And once he's done, he can start building these bad boys.
Oh, what did I do?
Enemy commander destroyed.
That was shit.
Enemy commander destroyed.
That's a lot of detonations.
Yeah, it is.
And none of them is Regeki's position. Or at least what we see.
Something I found out is like he doesn't like blowing his commander.
I don't know.
I've started doing it a lot when I play Geo.
Oh no, at least in King of the Hill.
Yeah.
I do not have enough
There
energy
is
for
all my
this.
misses up. Damn.
What did I do that for?
Low power.
He's got heaps of energy.
I mean, I'm feeding all of the energy I have reserves into you guys. I can also just do this quickly so I don't convert
I'm
it.
going fusion right now, so if I get a bit of energy, I can overflow.
That should fix you for a bit. I'm overflowing quite heavily right now.
There we go. Yep, I'll get there. You can stop now.
Get these defenses up as well.
I go to fusion. Yeah, I've got time.
I'm gonna see if I can break mine with Jack push immediately. My
Yeah.
side.
Oh shit. I'm behind where I usually am. It's been a while.
I feel like I'm in a decent position. Ajax is ready.
Lab back up and running. I'm even likely prepared for spiders. Something
Yeah, I'm
different.
setting up my defenses for spiders by now.
Five, four,
Well.
3, 2, 1.
24 jacks on the way.
We got radars up?
I
Still
like
looking
this.
fine.
I have one
What was
here
that?
on my side.
Radars, I don't see radars.
Yeah, I've got some up.
That's a lot of stuff coming for you guys.
Okay, it all got stopped.
T2 unit detected.
Come.
Yeah,
They're the ones in
got
your
some
base.
stuff there.
T3 unit is ready.
He's got a lot.
Yeah, he does.
Well,
Now
I've
it's no
removed all the-
arbiters for
these
this,
guys.
isn't it?
I caught the corner.
Nice. Got a com taking on these riders. Oh,
Enemy commander destroyed.
one micro by me.
Need more build power.
Well, I removed one of the big eco
destroyed.
spots.
Need some of this reclaim. You're right over there, Tom. You got stuff coming up here. You'll need some more units.
I've got a bunch of defenses up there.
Yeah, just send some fiends because they're about to come out. Once they go up, I'll attack them.
I killed
Yeah, I'm
one
just gonna
base.
start pushing in. Nice. I think we only have one base up north then left.
I'm gonna go into 2 more.
I don't know whether the defenses on the second tier are meant to be there.
Yeah, they're just below you here.
Yeah.
Let's say Rigeki's comms somewhere here. See if I can get his base.
Back of this base.
Well, on that doesn't do
I
anything.
think I'm going to get to this geo over here.
Grid's base.
Maybe not.
Another big eco spot is gone here now.
Spideys are stopped.
Spiders coming on your tank, Tom? A lot.
Oh, yep. I'm not as prepped on that side.
Gotta be prepped on every side.
I've killed 2 big bases by now.
This side here is going to be where our biggest threat is, I think.
Yeah, I'm just gonna swing around and clean up.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a big base of stuff down here. Oh boy.
I've got spam on its way out and around now.
Enemy commander destroyed.
There's my T2 boy. Dead.
Need to clear that.
You guys okay for me to just clean up the rest of the north?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
I do see classics come down here, so I can't do anything there. Nicely done, Tom. If you can get those to come straight down here, Tom.
Yeah, I was going to swing him through here first to try and clear that, and then we'll...
Oh, there's Regeki's com. Probably take that out. Oh, you guys will take it out easy, actually. Got my first razor back, so I'm going to change the spam to be this one, go down here, and then this way.
T3 unit detected.
Usually doing pretty good with these defenses around here.
Cool. That is this claimed. So I'm going to take one of these down here. If we haven't already, we should look at expanding down onto that second tier.
Good idea.
I am already working on that on my side. Somebody was a bit cheeky on my side here and rebuilding.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Where are we?
What's happening over here? Is that
Another T2.
dangerous at the moment?
It's blue that is fortified heavily, so... Oh, yeah, I see.
See, our mixers are down.
He was setting up spam here. Well, that spam position is denied now.
Alrighty. I'm gonna push down this ramp in a sec, I reckon.
I might get some vanguards going.
It's Arbiter shooting at me.
Ah, yeah, those.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Building this EU server at the moment.
Yeah, she's chugging a little bit.
So who is it that's doing these arbiters? Eat happy and free, guys. I'm overflowing metal because I'm eating all of the metal.
I was thinking there's a lot of metal out here to be eaten.
I just have a lab that is on a repeat command for eating it. So my spam is rest bots.
I'm not against this.
I'm getting quite a bit of lag.
Oh, hello, I had a commander.
Units, maybe?
I think it's just because we're used to hosting from AU.
Hosting, it's also on my side, so it is just the server struggling.
We do have a lot of people in here doing stuff too.
Yeah.
Like, this
Is this
seems
pause
heavy
for you
spam.
guys?
Yeah,
You
it's
got-
straight up post.
You got 50 plus people in this game.
Yeah. In fairness to it, there is a lot happening and a lot of things going on, although it is a bit rough. Why, hello.
Nightmare's back.
Oh, I have a lot of stuff up here.
Hopefully this is an advanced geo down here.
There
we go. Was it advanced geo?
Can't be many of them left.
Top blue player's alive for quite some time, and he's still using those damn arbiters.
Oh, he's in. Using arbiters, is he? That's not loud.
Yeah, he's using arbiters. That's why he's in.
Bottom's just clean up now.
Yeah, we gotta spin around because it's
That we have somebody here thinking cheating with arbiters is okay.
Commander destroyed.
Gonna start moving my vanguard into position to just remove blue's geo.
Oh. Where did my Titan go? No,
I'm
it's
starting to set
somewhere.
up a T3 base. You want me to go
There he is.
this way?
Oh, he's stuck in he's stuck in Duffy's base. He can't get out of our base. There's not enough space for him.
That's the catapults. Starting to target you.
Enemy commander destroyed.
It's final assault now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just an off guy, and I'm already having Vanguard ripping his position apart a bit.
The spam is coming. Although I feel like that's basically game at this point.
Oh yeah, it is. I
But
hit
I'll have a
something
nice
big.
chain react.
Yeah, no, it's just a wraparound we need.
Quite a solid fight up here. I feel like it was less scary than it should have been.
The thing is that I crippled most of my side, so they couldn't even attack me.
Yeah,
you
that
did
definitely
very good
helped
with
having
the-
you get out and stop a lot of stuff real early.
And then of course me resting half of that one eco base and it never got taken out is yeah.
They still have a lot of commanders.
I know one of them is there. Like it's, I'll start building long hits now just to get full
Enemy
cleanup.
commander destroyed.
Like it's probably a lot of stuff in the water.
Yeah.
There's all the Raiders. They'll,
We have one here.
Enemy commander destroyed.
what have we got? All left still.
Yeah, I'm building long hits to start jumping in the water now.
Yeah, I'm doing the same. Oh, I'm building cataphracts to get into the water.
Yeah, it's the same. T3 hovers.
Yeah. And I guess that means that I need to build ducks. Because nothing else is going to do anything.
There's some over here. What's this?
It's a bit cruel to just risk his rattlesnake to kill his own lab.
There we go. They resigned.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Yeah, there was like 4 of them in the water. Holy hell.
Battle ended.
I can understand going into the water to run.
Good game.
Yeah,
guys.
but once you lose all of the main bases, it's
peasants and 2 million for the kings. But if you look at if you actually look at the graphs, we'll see that there were actually peasants. There was one in this game that managed to go sort of in line with the damage dealt. And if we look at the metal produced, yes, the kings ramp really hard, but if you look at Regeki's eco, Regeki was above 3 of the kings in metal produced and above all of them in energy produced. So when you do that co-op eco effectively, you really can battle it out with the kings. But again, if you're going to be playing in the next game, aggression wins games. If you want to get rid of the kings very, very quickly, get on down there with a lot of units at the 10-minute mark, because there are going to be less kings than there are going to be peasants, and the kings will have invested most of their metal into economy, not units. So let's jump on back into the lobby and see where we go from here. All right, big lobby going on over here. So we're going to change the map over to Raptor Crater. And we're going to set this one up slightly differently. Well, not actually any differently. This one is King of the Hole more so than King of the Hill, because the kings will be down the very bottom. Oops, someone else is also modifying these as well. Very good.
I'm treading on your toes, Pro.
Yeah, we do that every week, so it's not a problem. Twig, you're joining us. You were one of the kings. How did you think that one went?
I thought we were going to lose. I think having Duffy there was probably the changing point. He really knows how to scale. I was in the eco position in the middle, but he definitely out-ecoed me like crazy.
He out-ecoed you.
What he's really good at doing, I reckon, maybe 3 or 4 res bots going around. He had an army of them just reclaiming anything that died, and that's really what boosted him. I get too caught up in that APM of microing the units, which I was doing poorly as well. The snipers taking out my Razorbacks quite easily.
Just a quick one for anyone listening into the stream. This time round we need 8 kings, so if you're playing and want to jump into a king's position, please do. As Gareth, you want to be a king? All right, let's make you a king. Where is Asgareth?
I think people can just move themselves down to king if they want to be king.
They should be able to move themselves down. Ah, there you are. You're orange. Move team. Asgareth, your wish is my command. So,
posting the rules.
just something which you should be aware of. Raptor Crater at the moment, I know that there's a couple of games that I don't have tallied because I usually finish a little bit earlier than Twig, but of the games that I have tallied, kings are at a 54% win rate right now for Raptor Crater, even in these big lobbies. Three more kings if we can.
Might do it with 6 if we don't fill up the lobby. How many have we got this open to?
It's currently open to 24v24, so it should be open to 48 players or thereabouts.
Let's just see. Yeah, there's no one in the queue. I think 8 verse works when you got more than 26.
All right, we can do it with 6 then.
Let's just see if any of these spectators. A lot of spectators jump on in. Come on, guys.
You know you want to play. G'day, Tom.
Yeah. Figured I'd swing back in and see how stuff's going.
That's pretty good. How do you reckon last game went?
It was good. It was nice having 4 kings at the top that all basically held and pushed their lanes. Having Winera being able to push down and start popping people early definitely made a difference.
Those Jags really make a difference in these King of the Hill games.
The Jags are good.
The Jags are really difficult to defend against as a peasant, where you're trying to get something together, and then you have Jags come down that can deal with spam and can swarm anything that's got higher damage, like your snipers and stuff.
Yep. And if you've watched Top Gear, you know just how good Jags actually are. Oh, sorry. They changed. It's not Top Gear anymore. It's the Grand Tour. All right, everyone. 2 more kings for King of the Hole.
I make Chrono boss so he can start fixing IDs. Unfortunately, when we get this many players, these IDs start to jumble up.
Yes, so one of the things, I can just pop it up on screen for people to see. So if this ever happens to you in-game, !S will bring up the IDs of all of the players just over here, and you'll notice that Winera and Kane both have ID 1, along with righty often. All of these have to be unique for the game to start. So that's just a little tip if you ever need to know it. Looks like we do have the 26 players, and it does look like if no one else is going to be jumping in, we might have to throw Twig back into the king position. What do you reckon, Twig?
Got a stiff out of this one. It was actually lagging for me a little bit last time.
It was
did
definitely
get a bit laggy towards the end.
There
was a lot of things going on.
We're playing on the EU server, so
I think it was getting a bit laggy for everyone.
Yeah.
But when you start having that many build turrets jumping between things, it gets a bit like that.
Yeah. I'm just
We're
going to
definitely
bring
pushing limits here.
I'm going to bring us into another channel for chat, just so that we can have Nightmare join us, one of the moderators that made tonight happen.
No worries. Drag us on.
Oh, I'll just drag him in here. Nightmare, you've been dragged into a hidden channel.
G'day, Nightmare. Thanks for making everything happen tonight.
Okay, what do we got? We got 26. We wanted 2 more kings.
Yes, we do.
And we want to make it... Oh, classic Regeki. Where's Duffy? Duffy left, did he?
I think Duffy left. What a monster.
100% win rate. That's what he wants for the night.
There we go. We've had one more join in. Ornira's getting a bonus. And just the one more.
If we could get a couple more players in this one, maybe. I don't know, Nightmare, if we can open it up to 8 versus 26
running it
is ideal, or 8 versus 28.
We've got 8, so do we want to look at starting this one up? And
yeah, but we don't have enough for the peasants quite yet. There we go, Nightmare's just bumped it up. I think we've had... When we've done 8 versus less than 26, the kings have won almost every time apart from once. I think when we go over 32, there's been a bit of a mixed bag, but maybe slightly in the advantage of the peasants when you get the likes of Regeki or Duffy up in the top corner doing the communism eco. We do have a lot of 20 plus OSs in
when
kings,
you can't get out and hit the communism, or it hurts.
Yeah.
There we go. It looks like we have now ticked over that 26 mark, so we can probably start this one off.
Okay, we'll just wait for that last player to load in.
Why is it locked?
Right, so we've got one unsynced player.
That's right.
Leave it for him. There you go. Ring this player.
You
looks
are
like
not in here, are you, Twig?
Pretty consistent right now.
I'm going to cast this one with Prey.
Yep.
Cool. I will look at jumping out in a sec. Let me grab the...
All right, looks like we're basically ready to go.
This one.
Kane asks, what about Legion? We might do that for the last game of the night.
We don't have any balance statistics for Legion, so we're unsure how that one will go. One of the things that we worry about with Legion is the fire.
napalm.
Yeah, the napalm. With limited attack avenues, you can essentially shut down one completely with the napalm.
Looks like
just a reminder to anyone that wants to communicate with their own team. Twig, can you post the Discord that the teams are all talking in?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Just so that they have access to them. Oh, there it is. It's actually Tank Tom has posted it. If you follow that Discord link, you'll be able to join the chat for the team that you're in. Just look for the common player names. We normally moderate it a little bit more, but at the moment, because we're casting it mostly, we're leaving it to a couple of our moderators to do their best to deal with it.
And shout out to our community for being the good teams that they are.
We couldn't do this without them. The amount of help that they've given us to build this game type and to monitor it while we're playing it can't.
And just joining us and playing as well.
I mean, yeah, that too.
It's been great.
All right,
I'm going to leave you guys to it, and I'm going to jump across again.
No worries, and we might drag Nightmare back out because he hasn't said anything, so that he doesn't have to.
He's reminding me. He's just listening in, so he can help moderate.
Okay, no worries then.
He can jump out.
No worries then. While this is loading in and while everyone's spawning in, I'm just going to take the opportunity to quickly look at the chat and see all the things that I missed from before. Thanks everyone who are joining us at the moment. How to stop being addicted to bar? You don't. It's a great game. We play it all the time, so we're not the right people to ask. Yep. So plus 45. That means that players get 45% more metal, energy, and conversion. That compounds very quickly. It's how they make it fair. This whole game mode started with the Game of Thrones idea of the what's stronger 1 versus 5. If you've seen that, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Light Green definitely did a great job last night. That was Regeki. Regeki plays with us a decent amount on these. We do them every Sunday night. If you enjoy tonight, feel free to keep joining us. That is Sunday Australian time.
Do you remember
peasants were too passive? That I agree with that as well. The peasants definitely do need to be the aggressors. If you let the kings control the pace of the game, the kings will win. Bonus way too big? Not necessarily. If the bonus is only at 40%, it's almost impossible to get a fusion and an army by the 10-minute mark. We've been running this for about how long? 4 months? 5 months?
Since Christmas.
Yeah, since a little bit before Christmas, and the win rates have been surprisingly even.
We've got to these percentages based on kind of where it's going. We did lower. What did we raise? We raised the percentages once we realised how effective the communism eco was in the corners, especially in Raptor Crater with this many players. So we think we've got it about right, but we're always playing with them a little bit. Someone help me out. That chat box error has occurred on my screen, and it's a reload LUAUI or something code. Do you remember what it is, Prey?
Oh yeah, sorry, I am in the wrong scene. Thanks for reminding me. I'm not used to this scene switching. We've been trying to get them working for a long time, and with this stream as a deadline, we put a lot of extra effort in to make it happen. And yes, if you do like the game, there is a link to download it right now. The devs have done a lot of work on this, and it's changed. The core hasn't changed since we started playing it, but the balance and the maps have they've done a very good job in increasing that, and the game has gotten a lot smoother over the time that we've been playing. So big shout out to them, and if you're enjoying it, download it. But I'm guessing that a lot of you that are here already are players, so just glad that you're here for the ride. Yes, peasant cohesion definitely makes a big difference, and it's one of the reasons that we encourage anyone who wants to jump into the Discord to coordinate, because the peasant win rate is affected by how many people are coordinating inside with each other, because a single peasant on their own is not very strong, but a group of peasants working together to cover each other definitely are. So let's get down to business. 8 comms in the middle, that means 7 mexes each, a lot of crystals, and 2 entrances ish per person. Gonna have to defend and be on the offensive. With this being such a spread out area, there is a lot of walking time that the kings have to deal with. Even though it's 7 mexes per person, by the time you T2 those furthest 2 mexes, you'll be looking at the 10-minute mark. So definitely going to be a game of efficiency for the kings. Around the outside, we've got a peasant in every single lane. Yes, we do. A peasant in every single lane, and we've got 3 on every single hill. Probably one of the most effective strategies for winning this as the peasants is for the 3 players in each corner to work together for one strong eco, but also to ensure that they each side distributes T2 to all 4 of their front runner players, because getting that extra bit of metal, getting not having to build that T2 lab, being able to hold or push from those positions is very, very strong. There's also a bit of a different dynamic in this one, because the kings are at the bottom of the hill, not the top, and so they're going to have to push up. So that means that means the units are going to be slower to walk up those hills, and the firing angles are going to be slightly advantageous for the peasants.
Similar to the last game with the Jaguars, we found that when the kings are on top of the hill, they could just roll those Jaguars down really quickly at the 10-minute mark and take out quite a few peasants, usually for reversible damage. So we do like to keep this one as a whole for that reason. See the communism started on the top left there, with Regeki getting a bit of an extra head start with 3 extra mexes.
The communist eco is definitely going to be a very, very powerful tool for these guys. And if you do allow Regeki to scale, scary things will happen. Probably. Yep. So yeah, it does look like... Not going to say that one on stream, but it does look like the player below Regeki is massively assisting Regeki to get the early T2 eco. Want to see more of that around the map in the positions that it's safe to do that.
Yeah, he's pumping his mexes to Regeki and then dumping him a whole lot of resources.
I knew you were going to go there with that.
Hey, Prey, you've got probably one of the best records as a king on this particular map. Looking at the stats on the website, what's your kind of build when you're a king in this?
So my focus in this map is to get 2 fusions and 20 either fiends or jags or something similar. Because off of that economy, I can still scale in the background. I can hopefully break one lane, and I can get myself a beachhead on the very top. And then, based on what's going on the second ring of the map, I will usually move into more siege units, because breaking up into this second tier is very, very strong. If you put some flame turrets or some lightning turrets in these corners, it's very, very hard to push into that top section. So I always try and spill myself in either directions and take out the players that are holding the ramps. My main objective is to prevent anyone from getting up to the is to prevent anyone from actually attacking the kings. Just a
multiple
quick
king detonations. We don't usually see that in King of the Hill. King of the Hole on Raptor Crater, because there is that many resources. You don't need to usually reclaim your king, and you can see here overflowing from a couple players straight away without those metal storages. Energy being the key problem in this map.
A couple of the players are breaking the rules at the moment and building at the very bottom of these ramps. You are supposed to stay at the top of your ramps, because getting defenses down here interferes with the kings being able to build anything. It does look like they're heading back, so good on them for abating the rules once they know them. It is very hard to manage this, because it has to be community driven. We don't have a way of preventing people from bypassing certain lines. Good A, you also need to step back.
Hey, who loves making maps? If anyone wants to make a specific King of the Hill map, go for it. That'd be great. I know you've had a crack at that, Prey. It's quite tricky, though.
Twig, do you mind just jumping into the lobby and just telling Good A to please step back to the top of the ramps?
Yeah, we'll do. G'day,
no worries. There we go, getting some reclaim to get these back. So perfectly reasonable thing to do right there. One of the other things that does happen, there are so many players across the entirety of the community. In fact, you can see all of these countries. Not everyone's going to speak English, and the instructions are in English, and so it's up to us just to try to do our best to to coordinate this one. Having a look down to see what's going on, we're 5 minutes in. We have T2 up or about to be up for most of the kings. They're all experiencing the same thing that I said early on, which is that getting all these mechs is inconvenient because of how spread out they are. But also looking around the map, there is less metal per person for all of the players around the outside. Though Regeki does have their T2 up, is getting their final T2 mechs, and is helping Pump get theirs, so they're going to be quite strong on the get-go. Got some defenses around the map from quite a few people, and T2 labs popping up all around the places. Unfortunately, not too much in the way of the super communist ecos in the corners. These corners are pivotal when it comes to getting those T2 units to the front line fast.
You don't want everyone going into communism, because if all four corners go into communism, there's usually not enough units putting the continuous pressure on at the start of the game, at the start of the 10 minutes, but 1 or 2 corners is usually all it takes to then break through eventually later in the game.
As a corner player, you have to be ready to take your foot off of the eco gas and put it onto the T2 unit gas, because there will come a point where your frontline defenders are producing either 1 T2 unit for every 3 that's being produced in the middle, or several T1 units, or basically 1-to-1 T1 to T2 units from the player against the players in the middle. And so you need to be there to back them up, because if the players in front of you fall, you will also be in trouble. Regeki getting his first fusion down. Looks like he won't be able to do it without reclaiming his lab, and doesn't currently have the storage. Actually does have the storage to reclaim the map, because there isn't the additional 45% from being a king. So Regeki is going to be an 8-minute fusion, it looks like, and in the middle of the map we've got a couple of players that are approaching the same thing. We've got Ollie getting his, looks like that'll be up by about 8 minutes 30. Same with player SL1, and definitely need more build power out of, I think that's Mousy.
Interesting. Common theme here with Regeki. You can see, looking at statistics, metal produced, just hitting 13,000 metal produced, and comparing that to the kings, he is beating 2 of the kings, close to 3 of them in metal produced.
Yep. Nice thing is we can pull those stats up even during the game. So there's definitely an element of finding the balance that's going to work for you, and based on what's going on with the kings in the middle of the map, a little bit of inexperience is definitely going to mean that they're not going to have as aggressive a start as they did in the last game. So, but similarly, the peasants also don't have the units coming up that they did in the last one. We saw a lot of T1 pushing in very, very hard. It does look like Raptors prep.
Battle paused.
Oh. No.
Yes, we have got. I don't know where that was happening. Got some defenses that are probing into the middle of the map. There it is.
Where is it? Oh, yep.
Yep, so that is a shell shocker that is attacking a little bit early. It does look like it is being pulled back, so we should get a resume very, very quickly. Got to remember, do not attack before the 10-minute mark. After that, any unit is fine, and buildings that do not hit your opponents are also fine. Sorry, your opponent's buildings are also fine. Yes, defenses can be used defensively. Yep, that one is on a move back command, so it should start back up any moment. I don't have chat either, it appears, so I can't exactly tell you.
Battle started.
Alright, I'll get you to type something in, Prav. You want to fix that?
Yep.
Yep, /.
Yep.
LUAUI space reload. It'll freeze for a second, then fix itself.
Yep. There we go. Thank you for that one. So, a little tip for anyone in chat. That's a good one to know. And speed on. Not sure if you will or you won't. I suspect you probably will, but that's for the devs to answer when they get. That'll be a decision for the devs. And we are 20 seconds to go, and we have some units coming out of the Kings. A couple of Jags, not as many as last time. A couple of Fiends, not very many compared to last time, but solid defenses at all ramps, and a couple of Spiders. From the Peasant side, we have very, very little in the way of offense and defense. Just one big push coming down in this top right side. Big amount of grunts. I love this. Damn, 100 grunts. Good job to whoever pumped all of those ones out. This could actually end. This could potentially end the game if they're
almost a
microed enough.
perfect counter though. We've got a commander there and a whole bunch of Jags.
Oof. Yeah.
Jags going to clean them up. Having a bunch
some
of
are
units,
getting through.
really helps. Like I played one of these last week, and none other than X Factor just built incisors at the start of the game and absolutely annihilated my base.
We nearly broke through, and just imagine there's another 3 ramps, another couple of ramps right next to them. Had there been that attack then, like down all 3 ramps, what could the Kings have done? If all 3 of those ramps had attacked, there's no way that could have been defended because the comms weren't in position, and the units weren't in position. And we do have a couple of Fiends trying to break through down this bottom end. Don't know exactly how much damage 3 Fiends will do, but I do love the aggression.
The build power, if it's being microed, no.
Oof,
Best
the
thing to
build
do
power
there.
does manage to consume.
Yeah, just reclaiming those units when there's only 1 or 2 units in your base. Click that build power and right click on that unit.
Looking at the top left side, we do have some aggression coming down here and only Spiders to defend. So this is a great opportunity for these units to punch on in. Players are able to build units to defend, and they are sending them in the right direction. But again, this is what I'll keep reminding everyone all night. The longer that you're, if you have a force like this at the 10-minute mark, if all the frontline players have a force like this at the 10-minute mark, there is not much the Kings can do about it. It is up to you as peasants to control the early game. It is up to the Kings to try to win the late game, or try to break your control early game.
I do feel like the peasants really have control of this one. Usually we see at least 1 or 2 ramps won by the King, so we do have some Spiders on the the left-hand side that managed to push up but not getting much damage done. Nowhere breaking, and Waniri is under a lot of stress right now with a fat boy. Can do a lot of damage, but it's not great against spam.
Arguably, if it hits the shot in the right place, it's very good against spam.
Actually, it's not good against this amount of spam.
The fire rate does leave something to be desired. Thankfully, the welders are taking up some of the slack, but continuous damage is coming in from those Sheldons, and that will fall eventually. Question is, can more of them be made in time?
1 or 2 snipers would work really well for the peasants in this corner here.
Oof. If they've got the power to do it, yes, they definitely would. Does look like the fat boy has been taken down, and now it is just welders. And as long as these Sheldons are microed properly, they will continuously deal damage. But again, if the Kings can scale and hold the peasants here, then the Kings are in a very good spot. It does look like this is turning into a very different game to last time, with the Kings being on the defensive in most places, with some exceptions at the very bottom where we have a couple of the tanks pushing in. Unfortunately, these T1 units are coming in drips and drabs and won't quite be able to clean this one up, but it does look like some friends are coming around from the back, and if they do manage to push this one back, which they do,
if they can just
should
take
leave
out
some
that
space.
Starlight, that would be beneficial, or pulling
Yes.
out right at the wrong time. I think you'll lose all those units now. Maybe not all of them, but close to all.
Couple of snipers down in that mix with the Jags. See exactly how much they're going to do. You have to use the Jags defensively though to keep those snipers alive. You want their damage falling on the T2 units, not the T1 units. So do your best for manual control and keep those units on the defensive.
As the players are eco. Actually, you know what the Kings aren't doing enough of is eco scaling. Only about half the players from the Kings. Oh, we do have these Jags.
Oh, we do have a breakthrough with those Jags. Only the conversion taken down, but that's still 4 converters functioning at full speed is 55 metal or thereabouts. I know it's basically 60 metal. So 60 metal down for one of the Kings just from that small little probing attack.
Player SL1 doing some work here, been really pushing and pushing with these spiders, and finally has I think taken out all the defenses on that hill, and they can get the I reckon if they included those other spiders, what are they called, the webbers, into the mix.
Oh yeah, a couple of webbers,
and they could get that reclaim. That would really, oh look at that as I say it. Oh. I wonder what's happening there. Couple webbers added to the build queue for that T2 race. That's as I clicked it.
Yep. You want to know what's quite funny? I didn't know webbers could reclaim.
Oh, yeah, it's OP. Webbers, I like to include like 1 to 5 of the recluses and 1 Webber, and just send them in for that easy reclaim. They'll pay for themselves plus pay for some of their dominating recluses.
I am very happy with how this game is going because in the lead up we had we had quite a few people in chat who were worried about the balance, not necessarily the Twitch chat but the actual in-game chat, but based on the fact that this is holding really nicely.
We've never had this in a King of the Hill actually, where there's just no lane that's broken 5 minutes in. No peasants are dead and no kings are dead. So
this is a testament to the fact that there's a lot of new players that have found this because of Beyond All Reason hosting us. So we don't have quite as much in the way of that built-in knowledge of exactly what to do, and so we're seeing things play out quite differently to usual, which is a very nice thing for us.
Great D guns out of Chronographer, just taking out the first T3 to try and assault the southern ramps then.
Good snipers there as well, helping that one out. And it does look like the offense that was going on in the top left of the corner has been pushed right the way back. Great defense out of Winura, keeping calm, keeping the spam up, and keeping the welders funneling in. Now the thing I want to see out of him is the reclaim. It does look like he's got the reclaim bots. They're just not quite on the right command to either res or there we go. They're now taking all that juicy metal, and that'll be a nice infusion for the Kings. Large number of arbiters on the top, shelling down on some marauders in the bottom left of the map. Good damage being done on those T3 units ahead of them going up on the attack. Great defense right there. And it does look like a Tremor is also on an attack command.
Forgot about the Tremor. Last week we just saw an absolute monster amount of Tremors. That's when the hole was a hill. Those marauders have finally been pulled. They might get through if they keep pushing. No, we're not even going to try. We do have a couple sumos there that do quite well against them. Wow, I think the biggest problem with this map is we might get to the point of mass lagging. Having said that, we've just seen the recluse break through from player SL1. Nicely done, and we might see our first ecos go down.
Here we go. This is where the game starts to change. As soon as a lane falls, it allows for the players still alive to either scale like crazy or attack other players. And once you get a second king or 2 extra peasants, 3 extra peasants attacking in a lane, that changes everything. So as soon as one area breaks, it's just it turns into a different game. One of the maps that we do play this on, it's called Claymore. There's 5 kings and each of them is completely separated, and they all have two. Oh, did you see that EMP down on the Tiger tanks? Very, very good hit. Very smart use of the EMP.
Hang on.
And these recluse are really punching through.
Yeah, actually, that's acceptable. It's not into a base.
It didn't hit any buildings, so I'm going to go with it is okay, but be careful not to hit buildings.
I like what's happened here. Those marauders that weren't getting use on the other side have come up and helped on this side now, taking out that first base.
Got to take the wins where you get them, because remember, if all the defenses are concentrated up the front and you break one zone, you can suddenly charge everything around those defenses, and so much metal is no longer then being used. But Good A and and the people around him jumping into the offense, knowing that all the units have been pushed up to the ramp that has broken, and now trying to punch in at themselves. We do have units going in, and it does look like, I think those are Tank Tom's units coming in to defend those one. Tank Tom really on the defensive in this one, defending the entire bottom part of the lane. No.
Yeah, he's got three ramps under his control. Usually it would be 2.
3 ramps under his control, but also look at where the rest of his units are. They're pulling defense for, I think that's Porridge.
Wow. Yeah, he's the whole
Yeah.
whole southern side. Really getting some good push through, but what you can see around the map is the eco for the peasants is probably in a better position than what it should be compared to the things that aren't all scaling equally. And the peasants
when it
still well
balances
ahead.
out, we're seeing the kings at around about 1.3 and the peasants at around about 1.5 when reclaim isn't a factor. This is metal, by the way, and in the thousands. And it does look like all of the damage done by player SL1 is now starting to bear through. The right side still doesn't have the defenses needed to block this attack coming through, and the units that are currently holding it, which is the Tsars and the commanders, have just now started to fall. So we should be seeing a chain reaction going on right here.
Well, it's a nasty vanguard, so I wouldn't be surprised if this bottom left corner does fall. We do have the top.
Up the top, we've had
Welders.
the mass welders breaking through. So this is a second place the Kings have started to break through. We really need offense from the peasants, but Tank Tom is really handling so much of that defense down the bottom, allowing for all of these players to make their offensive runs. Does look like a metal control is going to be...
Say that Ollie's probably doing the best at eco in the whole game, just continuously building up those aphises for the Kings. Rageki's trying to keep up, only got the 3, has got 3 aphises up already. That's probably the best eco out of all the peasants. We do have 3 in the right hand corner as well for almost 3.
Weird question for you. Did Vanguards used to have 4 legs, not 6?
They did.
That's been throwing me all of today, because I haven't really built any in a long time.
What throws me is that the spider bots have only 6 legs. Spiders have 8.
There we go, a little bit of knowledge from an Australian. We have to fight spiders on a regular basis. It's why we all have baseball bats.
I've actually been dodging a mosquito this whole cast as well. Cannot catch it. There's animals everywhere here. Come to Australia.
If anyone's seen those come to Australia ads, oh man, they're great. They're absolutely great. I swear it's not as dangerous down here as people make us think. Big tick run by getting in on the snipers from Rugeki, taking out what is a big chunk of the damage, keeping everything at bay. Great little catch right there, and that is one of the things that ticks are phenomenal for. If you have enough of them, it's very hard to get them killed. If you're interested, the same metal value in ticks will beat a Razorback. So if you spend the metal that you would have spent on a Razorback on ticks, and then fight them, the ticks will beat the Razorback. Just a little FYI if anyone's interested in little things that we've discovered as we go along. Defense is holding up over here from the Tremors. Do want to see a little bit of LLT cover for those Tremors, but they are being taken out one at a time by that one Vanguard. Got to get some spam in there and get us around on that Vanguard. We do have peasants pushing in quite a lot of areas now. We've got some Starlights that are starting to push in towards Tank Tom. His unit defenses are starting to fall because they've just been getting shelled so much from the top of the hills.
If you look, Tom's only got a... Oh, he does have one T1 lab, but it is now in the range of a number of Vanguards that are taking out the units before they're even built.
On the right side, some sprinters and some sharpshooters have managed to push their way in. They don't have any vision, unfortunately, though, so their big range advantage isn't going to be that huge. Does look like we had another big push coming out of Ollie up to the top section, but it was successfully defended, and the push in from the top left side into the Kings is down to just 2 Fiends now, and those will be taken out shortly. There's a couple of snipers here, which
You know
will
what I
clean
can't
them
see
up.
yet, but I would love to see. I don't want to say in case we got a few people with their ears open in the game, but I mean that happens. Counter intrusions, I don't see them anywhere for the Kings, and one of the sneaky units you can use those stealth tanks to go and
Oh
sneak
dear,
into the base.
SL1 has got some bulls that have broken down into his base. That one open ramp into his base, and those fusions, oh, nearly down. Those arbiters, I think they'll get him with this volley, maybe.
And just to give everyone an idea of how like volatile King of the Hill is, you break one lane, Kings lose.
Yes, as we are about to see right here, two Kings are about to go down. Units are getting into the main eco, and because of the space the Kings have, once you're in that main eco, you're in big trouble. The Kings are in big trouble, because if this APHIS blows up, it's going to destroy all of the conversion that Winera has built up, and probably the conversion of Ollie as well.
Down now for the purple player. There it goes. So that's the eco down for one of the Kings.
So 2 of the Kings not completely out, but mostly, because the one that isn't completely out has lost almost all of their metal generation. And this is going to be a big problem. And this is the King that managed to push up into the peasants.
He does have 2 few aphises left.
But no conversion. Yeah. And if we look at the
he's all T1 conversion.
Oh, there is T1 conversion. My bad.
There was. One tick.
Good old tick boy.
Oh man. Excuse me, casting with a cold.
That was good.
The timing, that was nice.
That was fantastic. I love that. That was one of the best things about being a caster is the unexpected stuff like that. Quick note just over here. We've got a couple of Karganaths out here defending. Karganaths are really good at defending. The missiles take out ticks, and their constant damage over time is pretty good against just about everything that doesn't outrange them. So just a heads up that unit's quite versatile in the King of the Hill matchup. Does look like, though, with the attack that did manage to penetrate into the Kings, that was all she wrote. There was enough to push in, but there wasn't enough to follow up. The attacks managing to keep everyone on the back foot. There is a big group of ticks and pawns going in, but something exploded there and did a huge amount of damage, taking out a nice big chunk of them. But defense-wise, there's only a little bit here.
So this could... How many Razorbacks? We've got 3 Razorbacks there. A few Sheldons.
One of them's pretty injured.
I think there's enough here. We're not seeing any pings out of this.
Oh, we are getting an EMP down.
Shout out to Winera as well, one of our coordinators that helps host some of our EU lobbies.
Here we go. The pawns have pushed on in. They've got a Razorback to fight, but if they just ignore that and take out chunks of the eco, sacrificing units for eco is always a good trade. Just got to try and aim for the converters, things that chain react. But here we go, big push in. That one Razorback that was cleaning up those units was out of position, and the spam is incoming.
That spam needs to be separated, so we got it going down both sides.
I mean, it does look like it's going to punch in hard enough. It takes out the spam of Winera.
Yeah, I think we will see.
And miss rally. It's not
I think
going
Tom's
deep
just
enough
gone down.
Oof.
We had a Razorback get through on the other side while we're distracted, and there goes that eco for Winera. This is all chaos for the Kings.
Big problems right here. Great job from the peasants putting pressure in all places, and that is what you have to do. The Kings can only deal with threats from so many places. The Kings have to keep you off of that lower ground, otherwise you become susceptible to ranged things. And it does look like this one Razorback with almost no health left is going to take down an APHIS that is going to take down a lot of the conversion in the middle. That effectively means that all of the Kings on the bottom of the map are knocked out, and the Kings on the top of the map are not far from it.
Yeah, this isn't a battle anymore. Bit of a tragic love story between the whole and its ever-changing suitors. One last little
Everyone wants a
defensive.
piece of the whole.
One last little defensive push. We've got those few aces left from Ollie. Not much conversion going on though, and you can just see 500% bonus to the peasants in eco damage. There's not much coming back from this.
Yes, there is not, unfortunately. Just trying. Yep, there we go.
So yeah, you go
That
from
is the
Kings to
apis
compost in the
movement.
last 5 minutes of that game.
And I
all
thought
it
the
takes.
Kings were going to win this one. When we
Yeah.
broke one lane, I thought the Kings had it.
It was only one king really expanded on their eco heavily.
Yep.
And whilst not losing their lane, and that was done by Ollie, so well done Ollie. Everyone else expanding, but you could see that the peasants were holding that 30-40% advantage in economy the whole game. Usually you see it get closer and closer the more that the Kings have time to jump on that 45% advantage that they got. What a good one.
All of the corners managed to scale very, very well. Let's have a quick look at the statistics. So the peasants managed to outdamage the Kings by about 1.3 million damage. And looking at the metal produced, they also pushed well past by about 1 million. But let's look at the graphs, because that's part of the thing that is very important. Looking at the early damage dealt graph,
sorry,
all
just
of the
going to
Kings
point
were...
out one stat that really stands out for the
Yep.
metal excess. There was almost none for the peasants, whereas the Kings overflowed 41,000 metal.
Yeah.
So that would be a lot of units.
And also, it depends on when it happened in the game. Let's have a quick look at the graph and look at the metal excess. It's all at the end of the game, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay, I take it back.
If that was at the beginning of the game, big problem there.
You are right, yeah.
Looking at the damage dealt, you can actually see a very, very king-dominated damage for the first half of the game, with a lot of the peasants coming on up as they started getting down into that crater. For the metal produced, what we like to see, and what has happened here, is all the Kings were above the pack, but combined, the area under the graph of all of the peasants players would have equaled more after about the 15-minute mark. Definitely well played by the peasants, not as aggressive as I would normally go from both sides, but well done to everyone. Tank Tom, you were in the middle there. You were in the position that finally got overwhelmed. We saw you holding essentially half of the map for a nice chunk of time. How do you reckon that one went?
That was rough. It was particularly difficult with the static defense up on the hill shooting into the crater. There wasn't really much I could do to stop that at all.
So a lot of the static defense that was shooting into the crater was actually units.
Okay.
Yep. So there was one player that late in the game they put a couple of the rattlesnakes there, but that was well and truly after you'd been pushed back.
Yeah, trying to hold that half, and I knew I wasn't pushing up any ramps that game after the 11-12 minute mark, because there was just so many. The couple that I looked at were defended, and I went, I need to be covering gaps as well, but there was only so much that I could get to.
Yeah.
A comment from XMF in the game chat. Would be interesting to play this as an inverted map. We actually do that most weeks, but we are finding that when we're inverting it, ever since we realized how strong artillery is from the artillery unit side of thing anyway, the Kings just have won most of those games.
Well, since we just had a reasonably one-sided game for the it wasn't really one-sided, it was one-sided. Oh, Rigeki's jumped into the middle.
Good luck, everyone.
I was about to say that we might try and balance it out with ourselves, but with Rigeki in the middle, I don't think that's quite as necessary. Would love to see at least one more strong player jump on down into the Kings, maybe two, and see exactly what the Kings can do to get some revenge. Nightmare, just with the 10 versus 36, we're happy to do it, but it limits the amount of metal available unless they're people teaming up.
It is easy to coordinate the 8 because there's 8 lanes essentially in the middle divided by those hills. Otherwise, we find everyone just gets muddled with what mixes are theirs.
Not opposed to doing it. It's just we've just found that it increasing the number of kings doesn't necessarily win or doesn't really change the game, other than making the earlier part harder for the kings and the scaling later. And sort of a point of diminishing
one more
returns.
mid OS king. So looking for someone in the 20s. If anyone's listening, we've got about 10 of you there. There we go.
There we go.
Oh, 30
Quacker.
That'll do.
That
I'll let
will
you do the
indeed.
bonus, because every time I try and add
Because
bonuses...
otherwise you'll kick them to spec by... So for anyone who hasn't tuned into us before...
Kick them.
Yep.
Change their team. Basically anything other than what he was planning on doing.
Yeah. I'm like a giraffe.
He's had a baby,
I'm a
it's
tall
not his
guy. It
fault.
takes a long time for the signals to reach my hands from my brain. That's why my APM's never that high either.
Yeah. Yes, he's had a baby, so he's not all there in the head anymore.
Yeah, I had a baby, not my wife.
Yep, that's what we said.
That's what we said.
All right, looks like we are ready for a big one.
Right. McGills, are you playing or are you...
Looks like everyone's...
It does look like. I think I just saw you in the list just there. So if you're listening, McGills, this is King of the Hill. So, and since we've got more people tuned in now than before, just a quick run through of what we do. We chuck a couple of players in the middle with a bonus, and then we put everyone else around the outside. You've got 10 minutes to eco up and get ready, and after 10 minutes the crater opens up and you can start pushing past your ramps. There are some limitations. No buildings that can hit the other team, the other team's buildings, so you can use them for defensive purposes only. And we've turned off a couple of things like air, because it would be quite impossible based on the density and the time for the players down the bottom to defeat an air raid at the 10-minute mark.
Oh no, we got the inconsistency again.
No. Yep, this happens. Just a reminder to anyone watching, !S lets you see what everybody's IDs are, and then you can set IDs to something else. We currently seem to have a whole series of... I can't tell, actually. It must be only a small number of them that are inconsistent.
A good thing.
So thankfully only a couple of people to...
2, 3, 4. Have we got any 2, 3, 4s up there? 18,
sorry
20,
if this isn't the
24.
most entertaining. We're just reading through some
18.
numbers.
Okay,
18. Yes. So
Aeon
Aeon
Spy.
Spy or Shonex 777.
Aeon Spy. I'll give him a pretty number. Random number. That's 1. That was it.
There we go.
There we go.
And we're in. While we are loading in, this is a good opportunity to jump into the chat and have a quick look at what people have been saying. So, yes, we do all love Top Gear. Yep,
don't have
wrong
to-
scene. No, I had to deal with that one. Okay, bonuses is fair. Yep.
The ticks versus raises, 180 ticks into raises.
Something like that. Yeah, the 180 ticks wins. And if you scale it up to, if you do like 10 raises versus 1,800 ticks, the ticks win even harder. It's crazy. There is a point where the Razorbacks have enough firepower to stop the ticks from getting there completely. But that is well and truly deep down the roads. We tested up to 10 before we stopped testing. Yes, Black Death, it was a good back and forth for quite a while. When the Kings managed to break the left side, I genuinely thought that they were going to win, because all of the power that had been focused down into the bottom of the map and reclaimed by the bottom of the map didn't...
Shout out to Black Death for helping us out with the channel as well. He's
Yes.
our in-channel moderator. got another round of King of the Hill to start, and for those who are just tuning in, it's King of the Hill. Holding the hill is kind of like dating. It's all fun and games until 7 angry exes turn up to ruin your day. And that's what it felt like for the Kings last game, as Tom just experienced.
Oh dear. Tom, are you in this game?
Yes,
Okay, are you on the Peasants team or the Kings team?
I am on the Peasants team. I'm in the corner with some of our AllReasonNoLogic regulars.
Very good. I hope that you're planning some co-op eco so you can show everyone on stream how it's done.
I'm sure we'll get some of that done.
Yep, I'm seeing down the bottom we have Tank Tom, Wanira, B-Bomb, and Rakusha all funneled into one spot. If we don't see a good fight from those guys, I will be quite surprised.
Yeah, we did have a game where I was in Rakusha's spot, and yourself, a couple others just fed me metal, so that by the time the 10 minutes elapsed, I think we had an Aphis, 2 fusions, and T3 coming out nearly.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Which is basically the same as what the Kings have. So as long as you can have some defenses to stop their first push, you're basically fighting on even terms at that point.
Yeah, and you can be greedy
Just
in those corners as well, though. You don't have to really go and help your mates defend, knowing that you're scaling if 1 or 2 of your comrades fall. Not the end of the world, because you're going to win the war.
Yeah, sure. A couple of players falling isn't the end of the world. Just a quick note for anyone that is playing. You would have noticed when we posted the rules, we also posted a link to a Discord. If you want to coordinate with your team, so whether you're peasants or kings, you're more than welcome to jump into our Discord, where there are 2 chats specifically for that. So feel free to jump on in and try to talk your way to victory. I've heard that the pen is mightier than the sword, and the voice is better than all of them above.
I reckon.
Or to just come and join in the banter.
Is there good banter in there?
Yeah, generally not bad.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm sort of disappointed I'm missing out on it. All right, let's clear out all those lines. Let's kick Tom out so that he can't hear what we're talking about with the Kings.
Go out in my corner with the others.
Let's
see you guys later.
This one started. Thanks for jumping in for the interim, Tom. Just had a quick look up at stream, and yes, we are in fact running on the correct overlay, so I didn't forget it this time. Ha ha ha.
Vidrican's got this one just off of the first look, Pray.
So I'd like to think that having Regeki in the middle is a big boon for the Kings, because Regeki is a very experienced King of the Hill player, but he's also one of the best players in the world. There are 2 caveats to that. The first one is that Regeki really likes his eco. And I've seen the Kings lose before he's come online before. The second one is that... Pardon?
I'm liking what I'm saying. He's co-oping with Quacker. And that's something that we do when we're next to each other in King of the Hill, is we'll T2 together, not necessarily T1. But we'll get that.
We should totally T1 together.
We should. Look how fast these construction bots are coming in.
I know, right? Because you can actually just you can take it in turn building wind and forcing stuff out. That's actually... We need to test that. Yeah. Sorry, stream. If you can't tell from that, we really like playing this.
We may or may not spend our Sunday afternoons refining our build orders before playing.
Yeah, we definitely didn't spend a Saturday night till like 2 a.m. just redoing the first 10 minutes of games to work out builds or anything, I swear. But yes, my guess on this one, if Regeki comes online, he will be a powerhouse down the bottom of the hill. However, we also have the Pan and Kane down in the bottom in the King's spots, not the highest OSs, and also players that I'm not familiar with from joining the lobbies before. Thanks, Nightmare. Yeah. Go look up our game history. There definitely won't be tons of 10-minute matches on these maps. With a low OS and not too much experience in Kings, it does mean that there are potential gaps that the peasants can exploit. Similarly, though, there is a big mix of OSs in the peasants team, and we do have a massive stacking of the AllReasonNoLogic regulars in one of the corners. And so they will they will definitely have a there definitely will be a place of there will be some harder hitting areas than others. A little bit of an incursion down into the bottom of the map, but the player has pulled back, and I don't think anything was lost from it. I don't see any wreckages down there, so I think we got away scot-free on that one. Having a look up in this top section, we're seeing a T2 lab already out of B-Bomb. B-Bomb is the correct choice to get that T2 lab because he is going to be the middle, effectively the middle player between Tank Tom, Winera, and Rakusha.
Quacker and Regeki are just bumping each other up with energy to get this T2 lab out in less than about 3.5 minutes. It's a pretty good effort for the Kings. No one said nothing about not communism in the whole either. Isn't just for the peasants. Detonations happening everywhere. Definitely a good way to get the medal, but if it does get to the late game and you've reclaimed your entire commander, it does hurt a little bit when you don't have that D-gun available to take out the odd Razorback.
Yes. Also, over the course of the game, the commander does generate a lot of resources. The King's commanders are generating 2 metal and 25 energy a second, plus the 45%, and that adds up really quickly. So the question is whether or not it's worth consuming them into something that can generate more, and that comes down to skill as to whether or not you can achieve it quickly enough. We do have quite a lot of co-op going on down the bottom. We've got Prelos that has bought their T2 mechs. Their T2 builder, and all those little things, they either help or they hinder depending on how experienced you are down there. Because one of the things is if you get your own T2 lab, when you reclaim it, you get almost 4,000 metal back instead of 3,000, instead of the 3,000 you spent. So if you can balance your build, turrets, your metal and your energy, it actually can be somewhat advantageous having your own. But if you're very good at this and very experienced like Regeki, co-oping into that T2 lab and getting all of these builders out early, it's 5 minutes in and half of the a whole chunk of the T2s are up or coming up now, the T2 mexes. Does look like there is a lot of call for the T2 coming out of B-Bomb. Looking at the other corners, it does look like we've got some co-op as well coming out of these players. Mose is sending T2s out to his players in the corner, and it does look like the top right's doing the same as well, and the top left also, wow, top left is very strong on that co-op eco at the moment. So very, very good job by everyone at playing this through and trying to eke out those little bits of advantage. Something which is nice is that over the course of the nights that these are played, the competition gets fiercer both out of the peasants and the kings, because the players that aren't used to this become used to it. The players who are used to it just get better and better. Greg, you've been awfully quiet for a moment. I'm going to leave things over to you for a few seconds and give my voice a quick rest so I'm ready by the 10-minute mark.
I'm being a bit of a sook tonight. I'm casting with a cold, so...
Oh, boo-hoo. Anyone in chat, have you got a bag of concrete that you can send Twig?
I'll get some at work tomorrow at 5:30 AM, which is only 7 hours away. This is going to hurt, this one. Okay, first fusion coming up for Regeki. Really interesting to see the fusions coming up slower for the kings than they are for the peasants. So the peasants, we've got a fusion top left. Oh, actually, I'm wrong. I'm wrong again. They're all coming up at about the same time.
All coming up at about the same time. But the difference is that what the fusion gives you is going to be greater for the kings. And again, one of the things, I mentioned this in the last game, this crater is big. And I know that that doesn't sound crazy, but it's big. And getting all of your T2 mexes around the outside takes more of an investment than a game like Throne, where you can get those mexes done much, much quicker because you can actually afford to have multiple little build areas that contain your mexes, whereas out here there's almost nowhere you can put a turret that will hit more than 2 T2 mexes.
What I like to do is get like if you're looking at Aeon's lane, I like to build 3 T2 constructors, and I'll send one down that way, and I'll send one down that way, and then I'll keep one in the base to work on the other eco. And then I'll put a bunch of either Twitches or Butlers behind them to help build those towers so that they're up. And then by the time they get to these last ones, I like to throw down a couple T2 towers as well as some T1 towers just to defend that initial push. And one of the best things you can also do is get out a T1 vehicle lab and put some mines down. That's something that a lot of people always forget about. It stops that early spam that happens, at least down 1 or 2 ramps. And it's not too expensive to build some of those light mines, and sometimes they work like a bit of a mind game as well. Just hearing the mines detected, people are a little bit
Are you saying you like to play mind games with mines?
Oh, that's it.
Maybe you should find a mime to play your mind games with your mimes.
You step ahead.
So yes, if you are listening and you are interested in tips, if you're playing against me specifically, mines will save you every time. I don't have a build that can push through mines at 10 minutes. I can push through any other defense, but I can't push through mines. So that's just a knowledge bomb to drop on you guys there.
All right, we've got a bit of a standstill from Regreki. Let's look elsewhere. T2 labs coming up everywhere now for the peasants, and they're up in most places, and we've got 40 seconds left. What I'm not seeing enough of right now from the peasants is T1 spam. You want to have already started building that at about the 8.5 minute mark. Only one player, Uzi on the right hand side, getting a ton of ticks out. The right thing coming out of Trilos as well, a bunch of welders. That's going to be enough to punch through most of these exits. It's a bit of a lottery ticket at the start of the game. Just picking that right ramp to push down, you can see some of these ramps, just a couple twin guards, sorry, laser towers, some of them more heavily defended. And
right,
10 minutes. I'll just put
10 minutes, so let's go. Where do we have action? Here we go. Big push coming up from the pink player.
Into the lane with welders. So they will get past 3 welders, but if they went down the lane adjacent, might have done a little bit more damage.
I don't know, those walls are... Oh, does look like they're swapping tactics. Question is, what is here? These are all... Actually, there's Dragon Moors there. He's not going to get up that one. Oh no, Miss Micro, he's picked him up just in time and headed towards one of the side players. This is actually really good idea. If a player is front-centric for their defenses, if you can push around in the back, these ticks could get so much done because these wins are all bunched up together. All he needs is a couple of them to chain react. And, oh no, Miss Microed.
I don't mind that. There was
gonna get the conversion, but
Twilight
nope, doesn't even get the conversion. Oof.
Stop the push on the bottom side. So those Twilights
does look like we've
taking out the units with a stun.
Unfortunate right there. It was it's just one of those things, you don't always know the best decision to make. But
yeah, we threw sorry with your ticks, I distracted you, and there was a little gap on the side of those hills. Ticks can run up the hill, so if you can, I think it's F6. Yeah, F6 if you're on grid keys, it'll show you what a unit can traverse up and down. Can't remember what it is for legacy keys.
I believe is it F2?
F2, you're right, I reckon.
Yeah.
Taking out a small eco there.
You can use the colours to determine, but again, not a lot of damage dealt here. You really do have to... it has taken out the wind in the middle, but the main base is not quite. Big recommendation if you're going to do that, when you start getting... when you get into the eco, perhaps consider a fight command, because it will keep them at the max range and they won't die to the winds themselves. But now that big early aggression hasn't quite worked out for the pink player, and they're now stuck on a T1 eco with T1 units pushing, with T2 pushing into them. So that's going to be quite rough. Some of the other kings really need to get in there and help them out.
Pushing on pink right now, so 4 welders, 3 lower welders, sorry, and a mace. Pulling back though, seeing the commander there hidden.
Actually quite surprised they were getting shots off on the commander. I don't see what's detecting the comm.
If only there are a few extra units from this corner here pushing down with them. As soon as you breach, like, that's when to start building units and go and help your teammates push through. And that's what we're seeing now with these ticks. So
here we go.
Actually, it's the same player.
This is going to be a problem for the pink player now that there is vision, now there is backup for them, and there is units to take out the comm. Good little surround there, but not quite enough. Though the ticks are going to continue, and we are backed up by fiends. But thankfully, we are seeing another king step up to the plate and send units over to help. You got to remember that this is a team game, and you have to play this as a team. Small attack on the top left side, heading towards the kings. They have pushed down and taken a couple of the mexes, but not enough to get into the eco centers. Quacker lives to fight another day, and Regeki continues to scale. Looking up at the top right of the map, and this push is getting deadlier and deadlier, but more and more help is rocking up from the king below. But this does mean that the pushes up into the peasants are going quite slowly. There is one happening slowly with snipers and welders in the bottom right of the map, just trying to punch away through the dragon's teeth. I'm not seeing any dragon's claws there, so they should be safe to push through. A couple of mines in the back. These are light mines though, and light mines will not be super effective against welders. Remember, if you're trying to fight T2 stuff with mines, T2 mines, and keep them spread at the rate that they pump out of the mine layers, because they then won't chain react with each other.
Huge amount of what are they called? Ticks running down on the bottom right hand side, but they're all getting cleaned up by a line of welders. Doesn't take many welders to stop ticks.
It does not. However, when there's enough ticks like in the bottom, they nearly manage to push through to the snipers. Unfortunately, just enough firepower, and very smart of the king to pull the units back and keep them fighting, keep them in a fighting retreat. Does look like sieging is going on from from the pink king, using the Quakers to great effect, shelling that high ground. That's going to be really hard to deal with unless enough units can push down, but there's plenty of build turrets in here, plenty of pop-ups, and even a pulsar defending this area. So that's going to be rough to push into.
Nice addition with the pulsar. You can manual fire the targets that you want to pick off, especially with those ticks running around. If something does push down, you can pick off the bigger units. Regeki's slowly building up a mass of ticks. And we're going to see T3. He's one of the only players that's got the T3 eco. Am I seeing plus 200 and something metal per second out of Regeki right now? 290.
You are seeing plus 200. I mean, it would be at plus 200 anyway, because a single fusion is almost plus 100 on its own. Sorry, a single APHIS is almost plus 100 on its own. But is going to have to help Quacker, because there are units pushing down. And it does look like some
ticks through,
but they're going to run into the Sheldon Ball with a couple of grunts, and yeah, trying to attack into the LLTs. It's not going to let them punch in. Does look like red is getting on the offensive. Quacker, who supported Regeki, is starting to clear these mines out with the corpses of his grunts. One of the, unless you have ticks, certainly a cost-effective way of doing it. It does look like Regeki is going to snipe a comm with all of his ticks. Great little grab there. Means no more reclaim down the bottom of the ramp, and potentially an extra 1500 odd metal for the Kings. The sniper welder push in the bottom right of the map has managed to make it onto the high ground, but there are a lot of ticks that are coming in to try and deal with this. Thankfully, a couple of welders remain, and a few ticks from the yellow player, from the cream player, still hanging around, which means that these snipers aren't going to fall to ticks just yet.
And we've got some backup picks coming out of our maroon player. Is that maroon, brown? Aeon Spy. Noticing where the leak is, and yeah, sometimes if you can't break your lane and you see another lane break, it's the best thing to do is go and help.
100%. Take the advantage wherever you can get the advantage.
I remember there was a game I was stubborn. I just could not break my lane. I was a king, and you had broken yours very quickly. And you're like, "Do you want me to come and help too?" I'm like, "No, I want to beat them by myself." The whole game, I could not beat it, and I was the last king to win my lane. Well,
I nearly came over to help. What's going on? I nearly came over to help, but I was like, we're not in a losing position. I'll let him struggle.
Like what's happening here, we've picked a direction to go around. Up the hill is probably a little bit hard. We know there's 4 players up there, whereas to the left we've got 1 player. So these welders and snipers slowly picking apart this base, and if we manage to take out that fusion, I reckon that's say goodbye to Arene.
There we go. That's the fusion down, and that was a target priority, just by the way. The player actually manual targeted that one, just like they're manual targeting the smuggler and manual targeting the compass. So the radar and the anti-radar. You can gain big advantages from very small things like that. Just knowing what targets to shoot and making sure your units actually shoot them. If there's something really critical, you can actually turn your units off of fire at will, and then they won't use up their shot before they get into range to the thing. But be careful, because it does mean that they will not automatically target anything.
Can I just point out a little bit different, just looking at the middle of the map, the ecos have expanded a lot more than last game. We're at 18 minutes and the balance is about 20%. We were seeing 40% in the favour of the peasants at this stage of the last game. So better example of the Kings taking advantage of that bonus.
And that's because we have a couple of players that are managing to get managing to match managing to match the defenders on the ramp unit for unit, if not a little bit better, then putting all the rest of the eco into more eco. And that's something you have to find that balance. As a king, you need to out-unit the people that you're playing, but only by just enough to win those engagements and stack your units, and then everything else needs to go into your eco. Because if it's not, then you're going to end up in a position where there are so many peasants out there that they can keep matching the king's eco.
2 things to look at the moment. I'm seeing
big detonation for Gwump. All of the converters going through, and another set of them done just by a couple of ticks. And one of those ticks is moving, or nearly manages to make it up the hill, but not quite. So that's going to be a big blow for the bottom right.
Look at the top left, where Regeki is going to try and deal with instincts. Solid push down, managing to take out a lot of Quaker's armies. Once again, going with the massive ticks to go around this, spreading them all out before attacking, so that he's attacking on all angles at once. Really
if there are any ex-StarCraft players over here, you'll understand exactly how important a concave is. If you ever did some Roach vs Roach or some Stalker v Stalker, you could tell who was winning entirely based on how the formations formed. And that was an absolute crushing. And it looks like there's barely anything to defend up above. And as long as those ticks aren't sacrificed before the pawns or the grunts make it up, they should be able to completely overwhelm those defenses.
Other thing I wanted to point out before is tactically I haven't seen that much. A bunch of these negotiators on the bottom of the screen just going along and using ticks for vision, taking stuff out really slowly. It's just very slow fight, command, push, but getting there.
Yep. And look, a slow push is a good push as long as you're trading efficiently and winning. You're in a really good spot. And now that the more that you take out, the more things swing into your lane, because you don't. If you can crowd one lane with bonus people, makes a big difference.
I'm surprised we haven't seen T3 out of. Take that back.
You were saying?
Juggernaut.
You were saying?
Right
What's
into the
this?
biggest
A
unit.
Razorback out of Regeki? I never would have expected.
Frontline Razorback. I didn't even see that. He's blind, he's not speaking enough, he's got a cold, all the excuses. I'm not tired for once though.
If you're ever feeling like hearing Twig's excuses, you can tune in to us anytime. He has a lot of them.
I do.
Oof. Building those too close together, the winds chain react, and because they were built right next to the conversion chain reacted too. So big dam done just there, and it does look like this bottom middle section has been basically completely cleared and is now a free run for the 2 players there.
I see a weak point. Pink has 4 fat boys, which just turned into 2 in one shot. If we had any spam supporting the peasants on this top right side, I reckon they could just run straight on through. There are a bunch of Razorbacks and Marauders on the hill ready to run down, so even though I thought the Kings were looking in a promising position, that's right hand side's
This is bad. This is really bad.
Yeah,
the
there's
snipers are
no
in, the
spam.
Quakers are in, and these players really need support from the Kings around them. No pings to. There aren't any pings, and the first time that a couple of these players are looking over is because of the explosion of the comm, and it's a little bit late when that happens.
This is just as Rageki's done his push up into the hill with T3, and
and now he's
great
because
response
the thing is,
out of Kane here, coming straight across with a massive unit. It's just a tad too late.
Yep, there were. Oh no, he's pulling back to fight the units. No, push through. Yeah, if you are being attacked, if you are going to lose your lane, you've got to ping super hard, because if this force gets into the middle, this is everybody's eco going.
Yeah, I don't know if this is going to get dealt with.
I just heard a jug.
Yeah, Japan.
But this. Oh.
If Rageki's and Quakers ecos go, that is game.
That was a bunch of conversion, but it wasn't. It's not the end of the world. It does look like the Kings have held. It does look like the Kings have held.
40% difference in eco now from taking out that player.
Oof.
Good hold.
That's,
we've seen about, what is it, 1, 2, 3 peasants fall. I think the peasants might actually have this one.
I think the peasants might actually have this one as well. There's just not enough. I think it'll actually come down to what happens with this cream push. If this cream push manages to break this top right section, sorry, the bottom right section, then I think that we'll still be on an even footing.
There's a huge eco now. I hope to see some towers come up in the middle of the map, actually. Just those P2 pop-ups would be ideal, just to keep those ecos safe. I reckon maybe one of these two ramps on the south right where Rageki's going now. There are mines in the way, but the spam will deal with that quite quickly. And then there only looks to be T2 towers. There's a few marauders, but this many units should be able to take care of them. It's just a matter of getting the opportunity to go up with all these units and not having to defend for a split second, which doesn't seem to be happening that much. We do have a good push though out of the cream player on the bottom right hand side, Treeless, getting through to Blue's
and
base.
those winds are going to chain react. Those winds are all going to chain react. That entire economy is going down.
We do have a short
great little job there
on the channel, just showing you the spacing for winds.
We do advocate smart building.
Wondering where all these are going. Rageki's decided let's go where this has been broken, so I do like that. You send this many Razorbacks around and just go counterclockwise or clockwise around the map and clear out a lot of the base.
Wanira just hanging out at the top of the ramp, waiting for that jug to come in range. Does look like he's going to be seen by those ticks, but the ticks don't engage on him. Couple of Razorbacks coming in to help back up. This could be some great D-guns out of Wanira. He's moving in. Oh, he's been seen. He's still heading for the jug. The jug has nowhere to go. The jug is going to get D-gunned.
Oh, that is huge.
That's great.
Wanira.
That's great.
Nice
But
play.
the comm does go down, and there is another jug on its way up. And it does look like these Razorbacks are getting into the rest of this blue player's base and will be taking it out. But on the bottom side, Quakers and Banishers are starting to really punch their way in towards Quacker. Quacker needs some serious help here to clean this up. Does look like the help is coming, but can it come hard enough? It actually, our predictions from the start of the game are actually coming quite true, with the fact that because there's a couple of weak points in the King's armor, there just isn't that ability for them to push out hard enough.
Becky's just got these Razorbacks on mass command, just ramming through, and you'll lose some, but you're going to clear out the whole base that you can
clear out
probably
this
get your
whole
own
section.
reclaim.
Yep.
Moe's might get some good D-guns here.
So with that one out the front, it should expose the comm, and then give a... There we go, the comm is exposed and does go off. Only takes 2 down, so definitely going to clear up this section. And that should free the cream player to sweep on around and try and get rid of a lot of the army that is pushing in this top right position. Lots of Thors here backed up with snipers. this is going to be a hard thing. This is going to be hard to hold.
Oh, big bang.
Especially with the orange player near falling. But as soon as this gap opens, the Kings are in really big trouble. Com goes down and takes a chunk of the army with it.
We do have a quarter of the peasants now dead, and 1/8 of the Kings dead.
And we've got a massive Razorbacks pushing up into the top left corner, walking across mines and taking stupendous amounts of damage from this area. Com goes down, but they're going to be cleaned up by the Shivas, and it does look like we have units getting into the middle of the map. This is going to be it. There's Thors here. There's no comms to clean them up. This is going to be the end of the game.
Just as I was about to say, it looks like the Kings have got it back. They've found that weak point.
If this top side had been able to hold for another minute or two, I reckon that the Kings
do they see
would
it?
have had it.
There we go, they see it. That is going to be it. Oh, wow. Just like that. Nicely done to player S1, SL1.
And that's the thing, the Kings can put a lot of pressure out, but as soon as one King falls, the economy of all 8 Kings can get gutted.
That was
and
just
unfortunately,
massive.
as well as the Kings played, they cleared one entire quarter, and they were about to start sweeping around to clear the rest. Because look, even just with the dregs left through, they were going to push through and clear all of this.
No giving up yet. There's a massive eco difference, so...
I mean, it's a 200% eco difference. It's 12k energy to 200k energy.
I mean, yes, it is over. Can we take out a little bit more of revenge? I don't know. Maybe 1 or 2 will go down. A bunch of demons pushing in the bottom left of the map. Do have the vanguards with no answer to them coming out of the cream player. 9 vanguards doing work. But still, these
they are
Razorbacks
walking in range of the defenses. But yeah, another couple of minutes. If the top side of the map had been able to hold for another couple of minutes, then I reckon it would have been a Kings game in the bag.
And we do have
Because again, once you secure this, once you secure a quarter of the map, you can use it to eco.
I think we might need a water break after this one.
I agree.
I mean, you're doing
totally
95%.
wasn't filling up my water bottle just then.
You've done
I'm
all
so
the
used to
talking.
casting.
I just can't keep up.
I'm so used to casting. I've got a cask of water next to my workstation. Absolutely great play by both teams on this one. I think that if it hadn't been for the top right falling for the Kings, I think this would have ended up as Kings favored. All of the attack that was coming through this top right side had just hit its critical mass and was just starting to take over the game. Very unfortunate state of affairs. The early game ticks did not pay off, unfortunately, and so the peasants take a win for this one. Quick look at...
So far, King of the Hill has behaved a lot more like the French Revolution.
Quick look at the damage dealt, and we have a couple of the peasants that are right up in there. See that purple line flowing right with that beginning of the game. Doing huge amounts of damage, so great job for that purple player, keeping the pressure on all the way up to the 23-minute mark. Look into the metal production. Look at that Regeki line go. Absolute eco dominance, and that's why we see in the stats, we see even with actually the peasants did pretty well. 3.1 million to 2.3 metal, and 100 million to 160 million for the energy. But great work out of both teams, and hopefully we'll find a game where there isn't a hole at the bottom, and the Kings can manage to break their way out of that crater.
All right, jumping back to the lobby. Filling up quickly. Let's see if we can get 8 new Kings.
All right, couple of the Grump boys back in. They tend to jump onto the streams that we do, and tend to join us on the weekly. Just getting rid of the bonuses of the kings who have jumped out. And it looks like we have a little bit of reluctance.
Maybe this is the one we're going to jump in there.
So we might end up throwing a couple of the king. We might end up seeing exactly what we can do to get the kings back into this one.
That last one felt like it was rather close.
That last one had about 2 minutes difference in there. If you guys had managed to hold that top right for 2 more minutes, the push that was happening in the bottom right of the map would have swept around and cleaned up that whole issue, and then all of you could have focused on the other side of the map. But a good job out of you guys. You held the AllReasonNoLogic guys held very, very hard in that bottom side of the map, and you didn't really falter at all, and got some good and put a lot of good pressure on. Wanira got an absolutely phenomenal D-gun in, taking out that Juggernaut. We don't normally see Juggernauts in this one, so...
Yeah, taking out the couple of Jugs definitely swings the balance, because if they made it in, Aquana would have gone pop, and then it would have been basically the Kings rolling around cleaning up at that point.
Mm-hmm. So the question is, can we get enough Kings in for the next one, or Twigger, you and I are going to have to step up to the plate and play as Kings?
Yeah, we might have to. I'm wondering if we... Okay. Ollie Wally's jumped in there, which is great. Looks like they're brand new to the game though on that 16.67 OS.
Oof, one Chev is going to be rough as a King.
Alright, let's do it. Even if we lose, we lose.
I might... yeah, I'll jump in with you guys and we'll see what we can do. Just need one more.
Let's go with a bit of experience.
All right, everyone, you're going to be able to see us play from our perspective this time round.
And if you are in the Peasants teams and listening in, we do appreciate you don't look too much at your screens.
Oh, we're joined by Classic.
Beautiful.
Very nice. Thanks for jumping in.
I might drag us across to the other chat just so that we can...
Yes.
I don't think we've got anyone else that's actually in the Discord from here at the moment, though. No, I think.
Did you want to just do a quick post of the Discord link in the game for anyone that wants to join?
Check the rules and stuff in there.
They can chat to their teammates then.
Yeah, we have had a bunch of people jump in. A few new faces that I don't recognize, so that's always nice to see. And if anyone is jumping in, feel free to give us a friend so that we can actually recognize who's in there and who's not.
Yes, Oi Boy did not want to be a king, so I helped him jump on out. Sergeant Rumpy. Change team.
They've
Beautiful.
We've got enough cooks in here that I'm just not gonna bother touching a bunch of the things.
Yep.
Save 3 of us all doing it at once.
We're going to hear a lot less speaking out of us. Not that I'm speaking that much anyway.
Instinct.
No. Twig, you need to ready up. There we go.
Just checking a few of the things.
Yes, we'll do our best, but we are very inexperienced with playing and streaming at the same time, though I will do my best to talk you through what my plan is. And feel free to give me suggestions in chat if you want to.
I will
I'm going to take a 30-second break. I'll be back.
jump across. I'm just going to drag us in here so that Instinct can come find us as well.
Yes. Tom, can you post the Discord link so that anyone who wants to that's playing can join the Discords as they want, as they require, or as they wish.
Oh, I don't. I do.
G'day, g'day.
G'day.
Good day. It's night for most of you guys, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're well and truly approaching quite late for us, but that's a-okay.
It's the perfect mix then.
Mm-hmm. Have you done much of the... have you joined us before for this, or is this your first one joining for King of the Hill?
This is the first King of the Hill. It's the second game now, or the third game?
Yep. Very nice.
But,
So you've
first time.
seen a bit of the how it all works.
Yes. Not as a Kings though.
Well, good
No
luck.
idea how you play the King.
Effectively you get 7 mexes, and you're in the middle, and you want to try and hit at least 1 fusion and a T2 lab with some units by the 10-minute mark. We almost all go with 5 builders, and we try to get somewhere between 20 and 50 wind, depending on if you're going for a wind-heavy strategy or not, if that helps you out at all.
Yeah, it does.
And with that plus 45% bonus, you can get away with quite a lot.
Anything.
When it comes to your early builds. You never need quite as much as you think you do.
The general rule of thumb is you need more build power than you're expecting and more conversion, because I always end up overflying is one of my weaknesses in here.
Yeah.
Don't access the metal.
Yeah. And another thing which I highly recommend, I was adamant about not adding them into my build order for the longest time, but because of how much things swing, getting a reasonably early energy storage, so like after 6 or 8 wind or something, getting a reasonably early energy storage can actually really help smooth the game out, and you can reclaim it for metal if you're short on metal anyway. So that's my little 2 cents.
Thanks
Other
for
than
those.
that, Twig is if you're struggling with what to do, I would look to Twig. He is a he is the best of the AllReasonNoLogic team.
Nice.
Only
Good to
just.
have him, mate.
Okay.
Does the resource bonus also apply to energy?
Yes, so plus 45% metal, energy, and conversion. So things like, instead of having 4 advanced converters for a fusion, you actually need 6, and you'll get about and instead of getting 60 metal, you'll get like 100.
I see.
Yeah, so the kings can scale pretty insanely.
Well, are we going to do like a tier 3 co-op, or everybody on his own?
It's hard
Because this
because
one's
you-
fairly
Oh, we've
spread.
inverted, have we? We have inverted.
We have oh dear.
Yes.
Do we
Oh
go
goody.
This is going to make it's easier for whoever's on the top, is what I've noticed for the couple where we've had some inverted and some not on evenings.
Yes.
Which means that running vehicles out of here is going to be much easier this time around than it was last time.
All right, we've got the 4-star underway. Where are
Let's
you, Prey?
go.
Down the bottom, we're opposite.
Battle started.
I figured that we should spread out a little bit.
Covering all the bases.
Make sure what happened to me last time doesn't happen, and that was just arguably the best player in the world sending
Battle paused.
60 incisors straight at me.
What's going on?
A peasant in me.
We have a peasant in the mid.
Oh dear.
I guess it's a free metal feed.
No, it just means that they take a while to walk out.
True.
Removing contamination.
AFK OP. Let him walk. I'll leave it
Yeah,
up to the
he can
devs
walk
that
out.
are there. I know they can remove units from the
Enemy
game.
commander
There
destroyed.
you go. Where's the wreckage?
Nice.
Battle started.
Can we see the first wind from the Kings in Raptors tonight?
We should. Well, I'm hoping we do. It'd be very embarrassing if we don't.
I mean, yeah. We'll see how we go.
Remember to turn off that repeat so I don't end up with way too many builders.
Apologies if the stream is a little bit bouncy. I'm doing my best not to zoom in and zoom out, but I have such bad habits when it comes to doing that it is just my constant method of doing things. And I really want to win. Yes, thank you, Black Death. I have not changed the screen. Thank you.
Really getting this
A little bit
pause
of
message.
lag going on.
She a bit laggy.
Yes, we're playing on the EU servers because they are the strongest servers. But that also
The fact
means
that we're playing on the ones that have got the most resources behind it and still it struggles tells you that we're pushing limits.
I mean, the game's only really meant for 8v8, and we've probably got a lot of spectators in as well.
Only 26.
26 spectators.
Yeah. So that is doing us no favors.
But it is great to have everyone actually joining us and watching.
Hey, this is going a lot better than those 40-player games, which were great, but only to watch because from Australia we kind of lagged out at the T2 phase of the game.
Oh, they were brutal.
Yes, they were.
Try something different. Do we go for... If I can figure out my grid keys, which I also blame as well all the time. Maybe some advanced solars.
It's his favorite excuse these days. Oh, it's because I'm going grid keys, guys. I don't know what I'm doing anymore.
Destroyed.
It's tricky to switch between the two. We need to do the storages. I always forget them as well.
Slip and twig.
Yes, he is.
That's right, we got this.
An allied commander self-destructed.
This might look slightly weird, but I'm doubling up on the builders there and getting them to build different ones so that the build turrets hopefully do a little bit better with them.
There we go.
Actually,
yeah, T2 lab. Yep.
Enemy commander destroyed.
More build power.
I don't want to keep my... I'm going to try and keep my
Enemy
commander.
commander destroyed.
Didn't build conversion. What a numpty.
Gotta build that conversion.
All the converters.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Instinct, you can probably move some of those defenses further up. Just
Yeah,
because
scared
when
they're
they
gonna
through-
shoot down. Oh, we are uphill, right?
Yeah, we're
They're
uphill,
not
and
allowed
when
to
they
hit.
Yeah, it still looks like we're downhill. Like weird
when
to
they throw
see.
ticks at us, they'll tend to spam will tend to run around rather than through that.
I see.
Which then makes it largely useless. But
Mhm.
this is coming from plenty of pain having been killed by them lots.
You've got the
Where you're like, I'm
experience.
good. I'm not good.
I don't know what I'm doing this game, but my eco is not going great.
Yes, I'm finding it very hard to play on
This
with
map
the
definitely plays
lag.
different.
Low
And yeah,
power.
there is that too. We need a metal storage to eat our T2 lab, don't we?
Yes, yes, we do. You need at least 2 advanced metal extractors and a storage.
Why the storage?
Enemy commander
Because
Otherwise
we
it's
get
overflow.
4,500 metals from
Enemy
reclaiming
commander
them
destroyed.
instead of
Enemy
what you would
commander
expect.
Destroyed.
From reclaiming what?
T2 lab, instead of giving you the 2,900 metal it's
Enemy
worth, it'll give you
commander
about
destroyed.
4,500.
I see. That's the reclaim hack.
Basically, yeah.
use.
If you,
Yeah.
it's sort of, it's a version of it because you can build a lot of stuff and reclaim it if you so chose.
This lag is getting me.
Yeah, it's there.
Means they're gonna tick spam. Too
Not
many units.
necessarily, but I need energy. We're good. See if this is going to be online in about 30 seconds.
Yep.
Is that AFIS?
Just long enough. No, Fusion. I'm not that good. Gives me just long enough to get my stuff up again.
Yeah.
Come back, wind. Don't die on me now.
That is hurting.
Low power.
Ugh.
Yeah.
And solars.
Oh shit, 1 minute left. Oh,
Oh,
my
shit.
God. I'm not doing good.
Oh, and I'm bottomed out on metal too. Oh, damn. Don't need that builder.
This not good. This not good at all.
I don't need that.
I'm gonna have to just go into T1.
– 9 minutes. This is bad.
Yep.
Just gonna commit to the T1.
Oh, I don't even fucking have huge defenses up, do I? You know how we said that we're going to show them how it's done?
Yeah. I usually have 2 fusions up at the 10-minute mark of this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know whether wind was lower than it normally is, or...
We just suck.
God. Reducing units with 4 seconds to spare. This will be fine, right?
Yep.
It's okay, at least I
This
can
will
see
be
them
totally fine.
down the bottom of the hill still. And you are gonna go
T2 unit detected.
far away that you're not pulling on other stuff.
Ouch.
Do we go with the tried and true? They sent units at me, so we send units down and see what we find.
Yep.
Oh,
T3 unit detected.
Oh, they got a
Big
vanguard up
three?
here. What the hell? Yeah, up here.
Wow.
Holy.
That's massive.
But that means like all the other sites in this area should be undefended, maybe.
Enemy commander destroyed.
that's what we like to hear.
Yeah, I normally win my lane.
The big dogs. Finally, I'm coming somewhat online. A little bit late.
Looks like nice work, Instinct. Looks like we're largely in over here.
Nice. Very nice.
Popping a
very nice.
fusion is well worth the effort.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
Ah, Wanira, yes, you're killing my stuff. Cool.
Can we kill that vanguard?
Nice.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander
If these get
destroyed.
in, we lose.
If which get in?
Yep.
The vanguards.
Yep.
Vanguards, yeah.
Send stuff over there.
Nice.
Alright, I got a bunch
This
of
right
them
side
on
is falling.
there. We got a rattlesnake being built. Not allowed to be built there.
I'm gonna get a constructor and a few units out.
Enemy commander destroyed.
The lag is real.
God, this of our cards.
Yeah, it makes it rough.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Get the 3 vanguards.
That ramp is open. Instinct.
Yep, on it. Oh, Vanguards or Fusion? Which do I focus?
Fusion.
I guess the Vanguards.
There.
Commander destroyed.
If you kill the eco, they can't make more units.
Yep.
This Fiend might be useful. Tank, Tom.
I thought it had died.
Nice.
Okay, where's a ramp that's feasible?
Hey. Ooh,
Enemy
dancing with
commander
lag is fun.
destroyed.
Ooh. There we go, Vanguard's basically dead.
No, we just have to prevent them from reclaiming this, I guess.
Pretty much. At this point, I would say if we can get down and actually be
Enemy commander destroyed.
occupying those spaces. I'm gonna see if I can get over into the
Someone
back
got
line
a
over
counter
here.
intrusion.
Oh, no, there's Thors.
No.
Shouldn't have said that out loud, Twig.
Oh, I built one instantly. I might get something in before that gets built. Done in 6 seconds.
Oh, yep.
Uh,
Oh, Razorback's in.
yeah.
I
Where?
just come instinct.
Oh no, I missed them.
It is.
Enough takes to kill anything. We've got a comm just down here. Oh, and Thor.
Time to go T3, I reckon.
That's a lot of spam coming down. Good thing we got some fiends.
Nice.
An allied
Yo, this
commander
comm was a
has
bad
died.
choice, sorry.
Enemy commander
alright.
destroyed.
Oh, you're building a base down there, wow. Okay.
There's 3 mexes. Although I do need to go and kill the one next to it.
T3 unit is ready.
Where's everyone going?
Yeah. They're about to push up my ramp, but that's fine. Yeah. Okay. Or at least they can only deal with so much. You know what? They did a good job.
Yeah, they did.
No. Don't build yourself in.
Wow, you should be building aphises and things.
Trick, can you kill this Razor?
Which one?
Just... Oh, all of them.
There's a lot there, that's a problem on that side.
Yeah.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Nice.
Yeah, they all get
Need a
shut
bit more
down.
P2. Actually, even if you get some towers up just in front of your base. Watch your comm. Oh, you're keeping him there for safety.
Oh, he's sending the spam right through it.
Do you want me to do a big sweep through that top side?
Yeah. Oh no, wait, you're not near me. Never mind.
Yeah, if you can.
Ah, you're down there.
An
I've got all this
allied
T1 over
commander
here.
Has died.
Oh shit. I'm getting pushed in two directions now. This top definitely. I've taken all my Razorbacks over to the left. Deal with theirs, but I'm getting pushed now here.
Yeah.
I need spiders.
I'll hit through here.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Where are you, Tom? You are orange. Yeah. I mean, you get spiders and walk down that edge there. What we need to do is deal with all these Razorbacks over here. So build, Quakers at a distance and take them out. That's a good idea.
Push on in and see what we can do.
We're going to possibly lose here now.
Yeah, nothing I can do.
Banishes. Even.
Banishes, yeah, they're so expensive and they die too fast, but I'll try.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
Yeah, they have too many tier 3 behind us, too many vanguards and shit.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Yeah, I think we're going to lake
Getting
here
more
if
food,
we
right?
don't.
Yeah, this is bad.
I'm in the corner.
Just if you build some P2 turrets,
Nice.
that'll probably take most of them out. We can't let that res block out everything. I'm going to start laking soon and too thin spread, I reckon.
Battle paused.
What's going on?
Not me. Unseen paused the
Unseen.
game.
Where is Unseen? Alright.
Battle started.
Okie dokie.
Oh Jesus, that's a lot of...
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
Nice work.
But rather than working south, I think we really need to work north and put pressure away from us losing that lane. Change all my spam to go down this ramp now and try and make a breakthrough. Come those razors.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Can you cover while I push?
Enemy commander destroyed.
Yeah. Oh, I've got to look at the bottom side too.
You're overflowing metal. An allied commander has died. Enemy commander
Sorry,
destroyed.
Bray.
No, you're fine. The transition went really badly. All that stuff got passed on to me right as all the build power died. Oh my god.
Enemy commander destroyed. An allied commander
No.
has died.
Yeah, we're falling there.
Yeah, once something makes it in, it gets real tough.
That was such a bad time to swap over.
Your commander is heavily damaged.
If we don't stop this year, that's everything down.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to it, but it's...
Pew!
At least it's not the build power.
This is hurting.
Yeah. So, because they could hold us.
I wasn't like all that happened there
Yeah.
was that I got given a player right as their build. Like they were trying to give away their stuff while ticks were in their base,
You're overflowing metal.
so I just couldn't. By the time I could get my units over there to defend, it was already too late.
Yeah.
almost down, I
Enemy
reckon.
commander destroyed.
This here is gonna get me.
Yeah, I'm not up there anymore at all.
It's alright, it's alright. We did what we could.
Ooh, that's a lot of marauders on their way in.
You're overflowing metal.
That's my build power. I gotta be in the back of Rumpy here in a sec.
Oh, my echo just fall.
Yes, it did.
Yeah,
Titan detected.
I was chasing, but there's only so much.
This is rough. I think you're not gonna win today.
Oh no, we would have won this one if the transition had
collapsed.
happened like a minute earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just happened at a super bad time.
Yeah.
I can't hold this out in the middle here.
Maybe.
An allied commander has died.
I think this is basically game.
I think so too.
They did a fantastic job of holding out in that top side because we almost broke them, but not quite. And then they defended heavily, so then we were basically grinding resources against it.
It's maybe over.
Yeah. Out the bases opened up.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Felt like another close one though.
Yes, it did. I mean, well, look at what's happening in the map. We've just taken out two of the sides, like two of the corners essentially,
not
or one
over
half
yet.
of each
Yeah,
of
it's
the corners.
dead. It is. 'Cause
But
my
no,
echo's
it's
about
over
to
because
pop.
our metal is like nothing.
Yeah. And because all these can now basically get to bases,
Yeah.
if we could hold them off, there might be a chance, but holding off your base and the front is... I haven't seen it done yet, not to say that it can't be.
Especially not with what's about to happen at Twigs, Aphis. Hero ticks.
Whoa.
Maybe we could defend this back half.
Got a bunch of marauders coming through.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
Yeah, if Classic can get around. Oh, there's a huge
we found it
T3
again.
army over here.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Not much of it I can take up with the laggy internet connection. bit.
An allied commander has died.
Yeah, they come for me now. Oh, Shivas. Do like a Shiva.
I know you like your Shivas.
I feel like it's sort of stabilized again. Oof, that's a lot of stuff up there, though. I expected it to be lost by now based on where we're at.
We're doing a good job holding.
You've received new units.
Just don't have any constructors to do anything with at the moment.
Lots of vanguards here as well.
Still got a base instinct. Ish.
Oh, don't let them get to this fusion. Oh, there's one Aphis right there.
Oh, they've got EMP bots.
Yeah. And Thors, no, it's
Thors.
Thors.
I don't have a commander on this side. Deal with it.
This is one of the closest Kings games I think I've ever seen.
Ah, you prick. Yeah, that was happening.
Should have reclaimed.
Yeah, possibly. Just get your comm on hidden instinct.
Yes, that's one.
I
that
actually give it to you,
Nice.
Vic, because I don't have any energy.
Oh
An
shit.
allied
And it's-
commander
Good time
has
to give it
died.
to me.
A little bit more defense at the back, guys. A little
This
bit
is,
more defense at the
Commander
back.
destroyed.
I got nothing to do.
Yeah, I got
with
nothing
my
left.
thoughts there.
Nice.
Enemy commander
Thanks, Tiny.
destroyed.
Yeah, but I think we can hold out. I think actually Classic won this.
Because
Like
we
classic.
haven't died yet.
Yeah.
I'm might leak on my side now. That has to die. That can get his eco, which is shooting right now.
I can micro stuff if someone wants to give me.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No. Oh, that shield. That clutch shield.
I can't use the snipers because I have no E.
Ah, pass them back. I just clicked
You've
something.
received new units.
Here, you can have these if you want. Instinct, isn't it?
Enemy commander
Okay, I need to
destroyed.
build my eco back up.
Yeah, that's nice.
What I need to build is just a bunch of res bots to go res shit.
I thought we'd lost this game for a while there.
Me too.
I mean,
Pressure's coming from that bottom side now. That's all the conversion down. Can you get the Aphis? Yes.
Enemy
Couple
commander
more shots.
destroyed.
Yes.
got ticks coming in out of here.
Nice.
Thank you, Classic. That is the top right dead.
Almost. There's still a player there.
We hit the however many APHIS it was.
Yeah, but there's still the furthest right player in that corner. But yes, that's mostly dead. We got to keep wrapping around.
I'm just going to play defensive lane with these guys, won't it? Make sure we don't leak anywhere.
Definitely the smart choice at the moment.
Good amount of snipers around. Good amount of razorbacks around. This is definitely, if we win this, that's going to be the most clutch King of the Hill.
Yeah, it's just so, that's going to be so good.
All I'm doing is just trying to res the shit out of this T3 army that got left in our base.
Can you give me a couple of, just anything?
Oh, I'll give you the res bots and energy and you can probably make a massive army with them.
Yeah, nice.
There you go, Prototh. And then... where's my... what can I give you? I got no energy income. I just gotta wait for one of them to be built.
That's alright, I'll give them back for the time being then.
We'll have a delay on this. I can give you is Vanguards don't take any.
Yeah, nice.
Get some juice out of them. Alright.
You've received new units.
You've been discovered.
Yep. Hello, conversion.
Get it. Get the conversion.
Six get through. A bit of LLTs for the tips.
Definitely.
There we go.
Nice. Don't lose those time. Yeah.
Destroyed.
Nice.
Here you go, Prey. Do you want some builders?
Yes, please.
Oh, we're being attacked again from the other side now.
An allied commander has died.
You should have a constructor up on that top side then, Prey.
Shit, we're getting pushed a bit from the bottom.
Oh, yeah, I see it. They're checking all the ramps.
Shit, they're getting in. Do we have anything to degun over there? Where's the con? Yep, we've only got 2 cons left.
That's gonna fall. It's the snipers that are the biggest problem, but the snipers are down.
Find commanders over this other side. Vortex commander wreckage. There we go. I'm gonna go res that. Right, I'll redo eco.
That should help you get roll and pray.
Yes, it should.
I'm gonna recompose and build spam for everyone.
Can I have these Twig and maybe some energy from someone like an Aphis?
Yep, let me just build one quickly. I'll give you an Aphis. That was instinct, wasn't it? Yes, it was.
Yep.
What were you after?
This space.
What am I? Oh, the units.
Yeah, if you don't
Yeah.
use them, like... Nice.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
Holy crap! I can't believe we did it.
This is wild. This is the closest Kings game we've ever had. Like, closest to falling and then come back to win. Because this is... No, it's the second to last corner, isn't it?
There's only really, 2 players left and then 2 half players left in terms of eco.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're enough T3 for anything now. One corner left.
There we go. The left corner is full.
Oh shit!
Oh my god, if we'd lost from that, that would have been hilarious.
Oh yeah.
They're coming for your comm, Twig.
Yeah, we can't lose the comms. There's none of them left to spare.
I think I got it. Building LTs everywhere. What a rush. It's not really a rush this late in the game. Maybe I can get some sneaky in the back damage on these. Love how they Starlight chain react. Oh, is that a real weapon?
Yes, they are.
Has to come here.
Have I hit unit limit? Not letting me build
You probably
these.
have, yeah.
Not letting me build these. It's not.
Classic has done a fantastic job of throwing units at all of us.
I just forgot to stop building
Commander
Lazarus.
destroyed.
Got
Yep.
320 of them.
Give
that
me
might
some
help.
of those boys.
There you go.
If you want to space for an army, give me.
I'll give you a, do you need energy?
I've got a lot of energy actually,
I was gonna say, if you need energy, I can give you that.
because I've just been building storages.
Resurrected enemy armies here. I don't think I have a single
Yeah,
unit
you
that
got about
built
as much
this
as
army.
I can now.
Nice.
This would have to be the longest Kings game we've had, isn't it?
50 minutes. Yeah, we've never broken an hour. There we go, that's what we want to get. That AFIS up there.
Nice.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Damn.
What's
You're
that? Not there?
overflowing metal.
Very well done, everyone.
Huge.
Battle ended.
Huge. Thank God for Classic and... who's
Yeah.
that? Rompy. Tiny Terror. Great job. I think I gotta sit out to the next one after that and spec again.
I agree. I need at least a minute of downtime.
I've only got time for probably one more long one or two more short ones in me.
I think if we, at the moment, the stream's been up for 3.5 hours. I reckon if we fit one more in, that'll be
Yep.
a good time. Very good job for absolutely everyone, though. That was a hard fought, very hard
Yeah.
fought.
Alright. Tell me if you can remove all the bonuses and the players out of the Kings that I've already up
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. Wait, I should have removed my.
And while the next lobby is being set up, I'm just going to take a quick moment to be back in a second.
Alright, let's change servers. Let's host on EU7.
Looks like the lobby went down.
Yeah, apparently their stream's been a bit dodgy, so
Yes,
we're
it has
going
been.
to do it on a new one, EU7. That's apparently a bit of a cleaner one. Tom, I'll leave you to do all the settings so I don't stuff anything up.
Yep.
Alright, everyone, this is going to be the final match of tonight. If you want to go at Kings, jump down there into Team 2. While that's getting set up by Tom in the background, just want to thank everyone for getting this organised, the mods and devs. Very helpful to us, and privilege for us to be able to jump on here and share this game type on the best RTS around, beyond all reason. If you're anything like me, you've told your friends all about it so that they all play it.
Except for one housemate who just refuses to play it.
It'd be funny if, like, how many people are watching now? 120 people send him a message, play bar.
We just get everyone to send a big group message to one of my friends that doesn't play the game and really should. Who totally can't hear me because they're not in the same room as me right now. All right, let's get us a couple more kings if we can.
And just a reminder, once we're ready to change that screen.
Yep.
3 more kings, and if we do have lower OS than usual kings, might bump that bonus a little bit. Jump down in there, anyone's welcome.
I have returned.
Hello,
Am I allowed to
hello.
stay in this chat, or is this the stream chat now?
I mean, once we kick it off, Twig and I will need to jump out into our own to cast it. But for now, you're more than welcome to be here. We're just glad that people are playing. To be honest.
I mean, who cannot play this awesome game?
There we go. More promotion. Oh, we got
I
too
think
many
this game is
kings
going
now.
big, actually.
I hope it does. I really hope it does. We've been enjoying it like crazy. I haven't had this much fun in an RTS since I used to play competitive StarCraft 2.
And I've never had this much fun in an RTS.
And I think the community is great. Like, everybody's streaming, everybody's doing tournaments and stuff, and it's bound to have success, I think.
And if you're enjoying our form of content, it's been a few hours since I started talking. More than welcome. We're always here, pretty consistently on. So, well, we do this every Sunday night, and we also do some regular stuff at other times.
All right, we need to have
Yeah,
one.
see, it's a bit difficult because of the time difference.
Yeah, it is. And if we ever hit enough, like if our channel ever gets big enough, then we'll try and do a European time zone and an American time zone stream. But for the time being, we're just a couple of little Australians, and we're approaching 1,000 subs, and hopefully we get there one day.
Definitely.
All right, we need one king to jump up to the peasants.
Or we need one peasant to jump down to kings for 10 kings.
Yeah, I suppose I can share the medal.
Let us give Nightmare's idea a go. If there's any one extra king that wants in, don't hesitate.
Sorry, Tom, I moved you out thinking that it was overflowing. If you wanted to jump back in the game.
Nesty, oh no, Nesty's already down. Oh, yep, there we go. Wanted jumped in at bonus 45. And there we go. We're good to go.
We do have a very strong couple of kings there. Quite a few.
We also have a couple of. Oh, actually, we've got good chefs. Good chefs is always a good indicator.
The pan's very good at this as well.
We also have 38 peasants, though.
Yeah, well, we've got the 10 kings. Oh, someone's dropped out. We had 10. Let's get one more king. And then we'll kick things off, people. There we go.
There we go.
Nice
Estapella joined the royalty.
Very nice. Very nice.
He was there, and then
then he jumped back out.
Gone. Come on, one more. One last one. Let's bump this. Boost this to a few extra players. Eclipse.
Teams are locked. Very good.
And if anyone has enjoyed this but has some really good suggestions, we do have a suggestions channel on the Discord. We'll talk about that right at the end of the stream.
Yeah, we really do like one of the things we want is for this to become the best game mode it can be. Eventually we're hoping, I'm trying to learn how to make a map so that we can make something with a lava moat that after 10 minutes it drops away, and it means that the guesswork is taken out. And it also, if I manage to work it out, I'll also be able to balance it through mexes more so than balance it through the plus 45 bonus. Just might make managing the lobbies a bit easier. You can you? That is super awesome to know. Because yeah, if I can manage to make a map, considering I have zero artistic talent whatsoever and zero ability to use programs to make the layers necessary to make a map, then hopefully we can put an official one in that's designed specifically for it and just take away all the questions, and then also sort of build it in such a way that the building defensive turrets in the first 10 minutes won't actually be able to hit each other, which would be super cool. But that's the end goal for this, to have a map.
We're good to
Let's go.
Everyone's ready. We got, hopefully there's no issues with the one player not ready. Oops. Last one, the biggest. This is going to be huge. 43 versus 10.
Diaz is downloading still.
Okay, let's try that now.
Looks like we've got a nice group of new players right in the middle. That's fantastic. One Chev's OS 17. They're jumping into play. They might play not competitively, but with only one Chev, not a lot of time in the game. But they've joined just to do this. So that's really super cool of you guys. Thanks for joining in. Let's give it a go.
40 versus 10. Do we need to up the bonus just quickly? I'm feeling that is a little unbalanced. Tom, you start at the bottom, or Prey, you start at the bottom, I'll start at the top. Let's just add them all to 48.
Okay.
It makes a difference.
It does. It does.
Maybe you could adjust the bonus with the OS, like lower OS get higher bonus, higher OS get lower bonus.
We tried that once before, and it led to some unhappy people. And the biggest goal we have is for these to be fun. And so I know that I would feel sad if I got a 30 bonus and someone else got a 50 down the hole.
Yes, there is a King's channel on the Discord.
There is indeed.
So I might just post that link again.
So Geektron, we have a lot of content on our channel about of these games. One of the things we want to do in the future is get some guides out, but just a real quick one. If you're looking at if you're one of the peasants, group up with the person next to you and share the load of getting the T2. Because one person going T2 is much cheaper than two people going T2. Make sure that you share out the T2 builders, and then one of you concentrate on getting T2 units to fight, and one concentrate on T1s to tank. So then you can and try to push in by the 10-minute mark. If you're a king, the typical build is to go mechs into a couple wind, a lab, 5 builders, a reclaim bot to grab some power and some crystals in the middle, and try and get to a fusion and a T2 lab by the 10-minute mark. It's a little. The first time you try to do that, it sounds daunting, but once you get the hang of it, getting to a fusion in the 10 minutes with some units is not a crazy thing to do. Each king covers two lanes essentially, and each of the frontline peasants covers one. The guys on the hill need to pay attention to the guys at the very tops of the corners of the map need to pay attention to everyone, to the people that they can actually help. And if their lanes are losing, pull the brakes, pull the foot off the gas for that all that eco, and see if you can't get some T2 units to help. Just hold, and then get back into trying to scale and trying to get in there. But this really is one of the cruxes to this game mode. If every peasant builds themselves, 50 grunts, and there's 40 peasants, I don't know how good you are at maths, but that's 2,000 grunts at 20 minutes. What is any king team going to do against that? If you all attack at exactly 10 minutes down every ramp, no one's going to be able to stop that. No one. So, the reason it's fine to say that is because the chances of it being coordinated, very, very low. So, early aggression and the more people close to each other that are aggressive, the better it tends to work out. And yes, as Tank Tom said in the chat, a lot of the tactics that you would use for regular games work out. You just need to remember that you don't need any defenses or any units till about the 8-minute mark, because any resources invested in them are wasted, unless you're trying to mass units, in which case you probably want to start a little bit earlier.
What I'd like to see here with this 10-player start with Kings is you've got those, 7, 8 mexes in the middle. Share them between 2 players and go into a communist eco, and then all other players get 6 around the edge to do the usual defense. I reckon that's the way to do it.
Actually, yeah, with the 10 Kings, that's a really good idea.
Maybe we'll have to try that one again in the future. We can go in the middle for a bit of commie.
What do you reckon? Another Saturday night practice? I mean, we don't do that. We don't do Saturday night practice sessions. It's not a thing.
Obviously, we were the reason that we won our last round.
Oh yeah. I mean, 2.5 of us fell, and there's only 3 of us.
All right, so let's have a quick look in the middle. We've got 10 players that are just starting to eco up for those listening in, plus 45% bonus for them, and 10-minute no rush. And then surrounding them are, I think, 40 players. So this is a 50-player game, everyone. Devs have just transferred us over to what will hopefully be their most stable server, and we'll see if we can wreck it.
I feel like we didn't give a big enough bonus for these Kings. It's just zooming out and just seeing all those colours. It's daunting.
There's still only the same amount of metal on the map, though, Twig.
This is true.
One of the things that makes a big difference in this is whether you're fighting up or down as well.
Oh, the Kings are fighting down again this time.
Oh, they're fighting up.
No, they're fighting
No, sorry,
up.
as in the peasants are fighting. Yeah.
Yeah, so that means that it's in the peasants' favor. I don't know if we've necessarily got the balance between up and down right. It seems to be about 50-50, but we seem to run at about 50-50 as well.
Yeah, well, we've got 2 wins for the peasants and 1 for the Kings on Raptor Crater tonight. This will be the final match, so maybe we'll see.
We're still unbeaten on Raptor Crater.
Oh, you are too.
So for anyone listening, that's an open challenge that's been set.
Yeah, it is. Everyone who wants to win, who's good, get on my team.
So even though he completely lost his lane last game, be on his team because it's just a good omen.
It's a win's a win's a win. In the great words of Talladega Nights, if you ain't first, you're last.
Early T2 there for the red player. Bottoming out on metal. We got the reclaim happening though.
Right.
While we wait for these guys to build up their bases a little bit, once again, a massive thanks to the devs and mods that have given us control of the stream tonight. Hope you guys are all enjoying this. And we're here every Sunday. I host King of the Hill at roughly the same time.
Though I don't know if we'll get quite this big a lobby each time.
Sometimes we just do the 16-player ones and they can be fun. It does open it up to a few more maps. Raptor Crater definitely works the best for these bigger ones. We've tried it on a few other ones. Doesn't work quite as well, but you did mention earlier Claymore's a really interesting one where it turns into 5 different lanes of 1 versus 2.
You know what I really want to do on Raptor Crater? I want to do 10 versus 20, but so you put 2 comms in each spot because there's 15 spots total on the map. You just put I wonder how that would go. That'd be I just think it'd be really interesting. Force the communist eco.
We've got 1 player breaking the rules.
Yes. There you go. Backed away before the constructor died. So did stop the building of that 1 mex, but not completely problematic. And then thing of the past, you're a little bit too low down on that ramp.
Posting the rules one more time. Oops. I just posted the thank you note. My bad.
Ah.
There's the rolls. Just to remind those players, you've got to keep off the ramps and those structures to hit any of the eco.
Yes. Unfortunately, the more people that get crammed in, the further they... Yeah, look, he's... I think he's backing up. Nope, he's not.
It does always become a bit of a challenge.
Yes.
When we have this many people, and in fairness, it is a unique game mode, and because we don't have any of the inbuilt mechanisms to police any of this, it's basically all run on honor systems.
Nor...
Let's just talk a little bit about the peasants role, because the majority of the players that play this, they end up just playing kind of solo by themselves. And there's kind of two options to play this when you've only got a few mexes at the start. It's in 10 minutes you can do two things. Either you can do like really good reclaim with your labs and everything and get to T2 and get a few units out by that 10-minute mark, or you can play the role of someone that gets a whole bunch of spam out by the 10-minute mark.
You want to change the scene, Gray?
What's that, sorry?
You forgot again.
So as you can tell, we're professionals.
Very, very...
You have to know what we're doing.
Yeah.
It is late here. We're closing in on 1 a.m. Do apologise.
Yeah. But that's the time frame that suits most of the rest of the world, or at least we're getting close to that. Nest is pushing up.
Battle paused.
No. One more post to the rolls.
Yeah.
It is a thing, a common thing. It's always the last game of every stream that we do. Ends up having a bunch of rolls broken.
Yeah.
That does really affect that player, unfortunately.
Yes.
I was wondering why they were going into a bunch of units early on. Neast, I thought they were going for a really big army of T1 units. All right, maybe we can get a self detonation of those units and resume. He is looking like he is taking them away. Alright, they're gone. There's two more up there.
Battle started.
It's alright, they're being control deed, so they'll disappear.
Yep. Alright, apologies for that, everyone.
It happens. And that's, again, I mentioned this just before. My dream is to build a map where it's impossible to happen. Because just like that, I don't think Nest actually did that intentionally, just played standard because
there's so many things said in the chat before the game, so it is understandable to miss the rules.
Yeah. And it is unfortunate, but we did manage to get 3 games with basically no rule breaking or no rule breaking that changed the outcome. And one of the things that I do want to point out there is that there wasn't actually much, if any, hostility. Everyone just wanted the game to work as intended by the rules, and so we had a lot of community participation in fixing the problem. And the devs also helped to fix the problem, so we really appreciate that. And having a look in to see what's going on in the middle, and it does look like a couple of the players are a little bit more starved on eco because of the extra few players, but it's not looking too crazy. We've got a minimum distribution of people with 4 mexes and a maximum of 7, so it could be much worse when 6 should be when it should be about 5.5 as the average.
Got
with
about
10 people
half of them with a fusion up in the middle by the look of it.
Yep. And then they'll want to go straight into units from that fusion if it's coming up closer to the 9-minute mark than the 8-minute mark. It is possible to get a double fusion. It's actually even possible to get a fusion APHIS. but not quite. Not when the wind goes this way, and probably not with the 10 players in the middle. Having a quick look around at the corners, we've got fusions coming up for a couple of the corner players around the same time as the kings, and that just goes to show the power of that communist eco. And I do love seeing these corners getting a little bit strong, because they are quite hard to push up those secondary ramps, particularly if they are well defended. And in the middle, we do actually have some greed coming down from a few of these players, and the players in the inner circle can kind of afford to do that because of the because they'll be just slightly defended by the ones on the front. Instinct is doing very well for himself, just having jumped in and joined us today for King of the Hill, and already going into a very strong double fusion build. So he is learning the ways of greed, and I love it.
Greed is good.
Greed is good. Alright, and with the 10-minute mark just coming around the corner, I'm actually going to... Oh, that's alright, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Alright, 10 minutes has come up. Guys, what do you reckon, Tank Tom and Twig? Who do you think has the advantage at this 10-minute mark?
I'm saying the peasants, just the sheer numbers. More commanders ready to degun all those entrances. You're seeing at least one commander.
It depends on which ramps they choose, I reckon.
There's definitely some holes in these, like the bottom.
Yeah.
The bottom of the map, with light blue and green. That's a big hole. Similarly, blue is only defended by a couple of twin guards, and we've got something exciting just about to happen. That's a lot of damage and a lot of grouped up eco. And a good call just there. Getting just enough to take out the eco and moving along before units are taken out. Great use of spiders there. Spiders not the typical first assault in this game type, but a great first strike, taking out all the eco of one of the peasants.
Inclusion of the ghosts as well, just to give that vision so that we can take out things from a distance. And I do believe these spiders outrange the twin guards just.
That's very clever. We do have a big fiend push coming up one of the ramps, but these strategically placed dragon's teeth, forcing it to be a maze. This is tower defense at the bottom left, if I've ever seen it before. This player has played Gemcraft before.
Spiders moving over to the other hill adjacent now, moving on, doing as much damage as possible without losing any units. Nicely done by Mr. Not Cake. Definitely pronouncing that wrong.
Got some aggression coming down at Bar Brittle, who has lost control of the outside of his lane, so no, those 4 mexes are not going to be in control of his.
Got some static defense up on that top left that probably shouldn't be up there.
Yes. It is unfortunate there, but not a lot we can do about it at this stage. Yeah, oh wow, it's hitting the second wave. Yeah. So, structures not to hit any eco.
So they can hit a mix, they're too close.
Yes.
Battle pause.
So basically you can defend the ramps, but if you're shooting much beyond that, then that's where it starts to become an issue. Although units are fair game. If you can get artillery units that can achieve it, by all means.
I do not know. Yeah, different language.
Okay.
Battle.
It's gone.
There we go. It's gone.
Thank you very much.
Back to the action. And we do have another spider attack coming up on the bottom right, and this one is termites.
Yes. Yeah. That's the same down there.
So yes, it is. Again, this is just a very hard thing to deal with. Yeah.
Those spiders finally being dealt with on the top of the screen by some welders now.
Yeah, but they've done a great job of getting damage done.
You can really see the pressure that's put on just by having those extra pendants around now. Each of these hills are well defended, not just the ramps that you usually see at the game, the previous games. We got eco expanding in the middle.
Arbiters on these ones are fair game, weren't they?
Yeah, the Arbiters are fair game.
Just the structures. On the throne, we take away the use of arbiters and ambassadors because we find it's just way too easy on throne to hit the eco. You can just guess where an APHIS is and you're probably going to hit it.
Yep.
Battle paused.
We got more happening.
Battle started.
Yep. Oh boy.
Yes, this is one of the problems. There is a language barrier here, which makes things very difficult. And unfortunate, but that's all right. It's people are doing their best, and with so many in here, it's very, very difficult for full quality control. And again, my dream is to make a map where it is impossible for something like this to happen, where the range of a rattlesnake is outside of the area it can be built in.
There you go, just like magic, they've gone.
All being cleared.
Really good amount of fiends pushing through here. We do have a bucket load of beamers though,
and spiders.
When they blow up, they do a bit of damage. I would love to have seen some Sheldons behind this.
Yes, Sheldons behind this would be very, very good. And yes, they've broke. Oh, great D-gun by the com though, taking entire swathes of them out. But
fusion down.
They are in there. They are getting the fusion. So that is well and truly worth it for the Kings. Investment in metal for the Kings to get that much damage done to a peasant, 100% worth it. Looking around the rest of the map, even though the welders did go up to defend those recluse, they have most certainly gone up and done even more damage, keeping everyone in that top section on their toes.
Spiders at both ends of the map doing some work.
Does look like we've got a Quaker on the right hand side that is going to be coming up to do some massive damage to this entryway. I would actually like to see it firing up on the hill in comparison to firing at the entryway. Getting rid of that energy would do wonders.
See our first tremor on the right hand side coming out of the pan is going for quite a heavy eco build and now going into T3. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some Shivas shortly, and those tremors gonna keep those ramps quite clear.
Tremors are good both offensively and defensively. Their range is just crazy.
I do like what the extra two players in the middle are going to be able to do, and that is to focus on a couple different lanes. Red where they need to go, and that's what Red's doing at the moment.
Looks like we've got a solid push that's about to come up this left-hand side.
Are we going down the right?
Yes, we do.
Lots of mazes this time around.
I really like it. Like, I really do.
Yeah.
It's a bit of tower defense. It's great to see.
Some balloon TD is mentioned in the chat. It was very much like that.
And like, one of the other things that I really like about this game mode, it is PvP, but it's not. It does not feel like PvP, which to me is very important, because I'm not the most competitive player, and yes, we do a series about competitive, but that's because Twig forced me. I like this
feels much more chill than...
Yeah. Oh man, and whoever this guy is, they've played plenty of TD before. These grunts have been absolutely massacred trying to break their way through over here, even with the tiger tanks.
Yeah, the vehicles can go through walls, but even so, the amount of defense that they're in the wreckages.
Oh yeah, and like the arbiters, the negotiators have been getting damage in, but now they're being stopped by the tremors and having to move out of the way. do have some ticks coming down in the top of the map, and it does look like some of this has been blunted by getting some units on the high ground. But we do have another ramp well under siege on the right side. This time it's arbiters that are backing up some fiends, but the snipers have done their work, and we are getting mines. I love seeing mines down for these defenses. Such a cheap and good investment against T2
I
units.
did not realize they had T3 in that bottom right corner already.
Oh yeah, these players have worked together. They've got double APHIS up here. They've got and between them they've got 10 fusions up here. So
Kargi's on the south side. They might be breaching shortly. He's just waiting for a couple to get there. There's going to be a few spiders to go ahead of them.
They're averaging 2 APHIS per corner at the moment.
That's pretty strong by 18 minutes.
Yeah.
50% eco.
One of them's got 1, one of them's got 3.
And the
rest have got 2.
middle of the map is looking like
A couple of APHIS each.
Yes. Yeah. They're not scaling as hard as the team did in the previous one, which could turn into quite a problem, especially considering
They have
that
been
none
doing
of
a
the
lot of
peasants-
fighting.
Yes, they have. They've done a good job with fighting, but they haven't won anywhere yet.
To give you an idea, there's 951 actions per minute from the peasants versus the 316 from the things, so they are being stretched very thin with how many players they're against. And here come those Kargis with the termites over the hill. There's no commander, so I think we'll see all these winds and energy storages go down pretty quickly.
I do like that the energy storages were built in front as a bit of a barrier, but yes, the wind is down, the Kargis are in,
Yeah,
and
is not
other
being
than
microed, so we're going to see the fusions go down too.
yes, one com coming in to try and deal with this, but there are a couple of termites in front to try and deal with visibility, and with all 3 of the Kargis nicely spread, the only real counter is these snipers on the green side, but I reckon they're going to get up and take out the blue player above at the same time.
One Kargi goes down. Real nice combined attack by both the Pan and Tiny Terror going in at the same time. Well, we have pulled the Kargi back though.
I wouldn't have pulled the Kargi back. Actually, then again, the termites are up there on that second level, so damage is being done all the same.
Never
and it doesn't
really
look
a
like the
fan
Kargi's
of
going
the
to
termite.
escape.
Never really.
Peasants pushing in on the right hand side.
Yeah, they are getting 3.
Couple of
termites, a lot of HP. They take a lot to kill. That's
They
why
do.
they have an advantage.
They are quite the tanky.
Don't do the
Does look
DPS
like that
of the
has been
boost, but
halted, but look on the left-hand side, the bottom left. This is a big push in by the peasants. We've got welders in front. We've got T1 spam coming through. We've got grave robbers that are grabbing all the reclaim, and then the Sheldons that are coming in.
I don't see a reaction.
Wanted is not going to be able to stop this, I don't reckon.
And remember,
he needs
people,
help
if
from the
a
rest
king
of his
falls,
team, and it
usually
is
all the
coming.
kings fall.
Yeah. When you get in this position, you just keep on pushing.
Come on, Wanted, ping your team. Ping your team.
There's the ping.
But
There's
it's a
the
bit late.
base. No, he might save it.
No, there's 8 snipers here.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
And this is where you really need to support your buddies. If someone goes down, that swinging across to help the lane next to you makes a huge difference.
I don't know if he's going to be saved. Oh, he might get saved. He is gonna get saved.
It's not good. It's not too bad. That could have been
Still got an APHIS and some build power.
Yep.
As long as you got some build power and some economy, you can get rolling again.
And yellow's there to pick up some of the slack. So this side just needs to get a little bit defensive and assist, because the bottom side is the side that's being pushed pretty hard. Actually, I think all
pushed
sides
at
are
top
getting
right.
pushed pretty hard. Yeah.
Bunch
Yeah,
of
they're
Sheldons,
getting pushed
unsupported Sheldons.
Consistently.
Oh no, unsupported Sheldons against ticks is not going to work. With sniper backup, that's not going to work.
That bottom right corner looks like they're going to make it in this time. Managed to take out the defenses now.
Demon will do work at
And it's happened during a T3 transition, which
Ooh.
is the riskiest time.
Yeah, if there was a bit of spam coming down from the blue team with this, I reckon they'd definitely push through.
Problem is,
There's a
those
little
arbiters,
bit, but not quite enough.
We got scuttles doing work. Oh, they do
Whereabouts
really
are the
hit hard.
scuttles?
Just blew up one of the routers.
Yep.
I was hearing explosions. I think I just caught the last one.
Shiva's coming out just in time. This army has to push in now or they're going to be cleaned up.
They really need to get vision. Just looking at the player views from the blue team, they do not know where the APIS is. No.
With 12 snipers, they definitely got to push that a bit harder, but now the T3 and the spam is cleaning up that bottom right corner. Oh, the spam from green is just now coming in, just that little bit too late, unfortunately.
Green did do a good job of clearing out the static defenses that were there originally.
Yes.
I do mean,
but a lot of this is about being able to push together at the same time and supporting each other.
We do have 10 snipers there. Oh, actually, Catapult was a good choice.
Catapult, a great choice against snipers.
Perfect. I think one volley takes out snipers.
Well, I think you can get unlucky and not take them all out, but generally yes, because the damage is dependent on where the missiles actually hit.
I've actually thought about this previously in the King of the Hole. Building walls like this player has in the top right. I'm your wife. Not a bad idea. It really filters out where this spam can go, so we'll prevent a push through from just spam.
Well, like just the way that people were using walls to stop the attacks up the in the bottom left, that was crazy.
Yeah, big explosion at the top. I missed that. I think we've got the recluses. The player has not stopped the recluses all game.
Yeah, I feel very sorry for the person in that middle position. They have just been hounded the entire game. Oh, we've got a Juggernaut coming from the yellow player.
No, I can't tell which way this is going. Looks like we're getting another close one. It's been really great tonight. A lot of close matches.
I think that this is going to be a bit too much pressure, though. Both the bottom left and the top right getting absolutely hounded at the moment. Not quite able to. Oh, these fiends could do no, not quite. Juggernaut heading up in the bottom part of the map, heading towards the green players. And it does look like this push has been thwarted, though, with so much. They keep concentrating on the pink player, and the pink player just can't quite recover.
There is
Peasants are doing a good job of keeping the pressure on.
But yes, pink definitely needs to concentrate on getting some static defense, because losing this build power, they just keep getting set back and back and back, and they can never quite recover, which is going to keep turning into a bigger and bigger problem, because we're getting more and more units pushing down in that direction, and the players that were coming to help are getting pressed by their own lanes now.
I think in these games, with the static defense that we're talking about in the bottom left there, even just the LLTs do so much work in the late game. You saw in the last game that we just scraped through.
That's what I was going to say.
I was just spamming LLTs everywhere with my commander, or rezzed commanders, because
it's often
they
not
stop
the big units that'll kill you.
No, very often it's not the big units that kill you. The previous game where
spam unit in a base will kill a base.
Even Prey, you were saying, looks like your APHIS is going to go down twig with just a single tick. I could not even see the tick. I was like, where is it?
But yeah, the last game was a real anomaly where we got huge amounts of Titans and Thors, massive numbers of T3 units. It's not uncommon to get a decent amount of Razorbacks and things along those lines, but it is uncommon to get those absolute masses of big tier 3 units. That is not something that we see very often, because the game usually ends by the time you can really scale into them. Or if you stop scaling it and using your T2, oof, that's a big sniper ball. If you stop scaling into those T2 units, you can sometimes fall just because you were matching very closely and aren't able to continue. Big shot coming out of a catapult into pink space right now. This should take out a chunk of the build power. Not quite. And we do have catapult return fire, but yes, the peasants have found the pink player as being one of the weak links, and they're really hammering them. Though red is doing a great job of getting defenses in place and keeping them back. They've got to hold this.
That Jug's getting close.
The Jug seems to be on a fight. Come on, nope. The Jug is just standing there dealing damage as it can.
The jug that's being built.
I did not realize that one was already out.
Yeah, the jug that's being built now, I wouldn't mind seeing a whole bunch of Shivas or Argies just to combat what's happening in front of the T3 lab. I'd actually probably do more work. We are
the spam lines coming through pink space.
Just those LLTs would be stopping this right now, and
there's some solid spam lines coming through.
More damage to the base than the ticks are.
But with the dragons, with the demons there, this will hold for a little while longer.
We have a behemoth. I mean, that's
where do we have a behemoth?
On the south, coming out of red. It will get degunned, I reckon, because they're so slow and there are just so many commanders. Having said that, there is no commander apart from
there.
The cyan one.
Bottom left.
Oh, here we go. The Jug's about to go down. The yellow Jug is about to go down. Degun.
Bang. And that explosion taking out all the spam, so the commander will get out unscathed.
Yep. And this is one of the reasons why you'll usually see us not getting things like Juggins until the very late game, where you can get lots of them, because a massive Shivas probably would have actually done a better job pushing this area. Good day, Mr. Bear Pig.
Yes,
Which team are you on?
Neither. I'm watching you guys. I'm gonna make sure I don't spill any beans.
No worries.
But I remember playing with you guys before. You guys are from Australia, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. It's hard for me to catch you guys, but when I can, I'm excited.
Nah, glad you're here. We're currently streaming on the official AllReasonNoLogic channel and just casting a 50-player King of the Hill. So.
Yes, sir. I'm in there watching you guys. I'm trying to catch up at the moment.
There's a lot going on. It'll take a while.
But those ticks still running through, and just a couple getting past.
With the dragons getting taken down slowly over time by those snipers, that's gonna keep being a weak point. Oh wow, there's enough going on that even I'm catching up right now.
The demons. Yeah. I wish dragons were in the game. We find air has to be turned off in these games though, because catapult going for the APHIS.
Where about?
Doesn't get the build power or the conversion. A good hit.
Oh no!
At that left side is getting weak. Are we seeing any successful pushes out of the Kings?
Yes, it does look like this is going to be a little bit too much with pressure coming on every angle for the Kings. They've done their absolute best to push out, but it does seem like there might have just been a couple too many peasants.
Can I make a suggestion for a future game like this?
Always welcome to listen.
How about we invert the map so the kings are truly on top? The kings and the peasants have to work.
That's what we had for the last game, but when we switched servers, we didn't re-invert. It seems to be more stable, but we have had issues doing it in the past.
Oh, I see. So inverted map could cause problems.
But it was very successful.
Lobby running.
Yep.
Then it can, when we're already stressing the servers, they tend to struggle. We've had success when we've started with a smaller lobby and then expanded it after the fact.
But yeah, so that was the last game that we did have it inverted. This one, it just didn't quite get around to it. In fact, so far.
Push. Sorry, just jump in. The big Kagi push. We're about to see an APHIS go down on the left-hand side of the map there.
And they're gonna make their way in and keep going by the look of it.
Yeah, that gets to the next eco center. That is the yellow player primary eco, where we're seeing
they're on a fight command by the look of it.
But yeah, if they hit this eco center, that's gonna be really bad, because yellow is currently responsible for holding a huge part of the map.
Yeah, this is classic, by the way. One of the more experienced players in the game who's going to see those AFS and just target them. Wouldn't be surprised at the build power and the converters, which go down and pop real quickly, and then straight onto the AFS.
Last game, we managed to carry Classic on our backs to a victory. He played very well, but it was definitely us that Oh, the chain reaction.
Oh, that's juicy.
Oh dear.
Oh,
Yep.
wow.
That's
Great balls of fire.
I would say that is all she wrote for the Kings. They've just dropped to 4% of the peasants' eco.
That's how it happens. One spot leaks.
That is how it happens.
The whole thing goes down because the Kings are very concentrated with their ecos. It's hard to separate them.
But this was very well played by the Kings. They were at a bit more of a disadvantage this time. There were just a couple more Kings, and that allowed for stronger holds, more D-guns, and more time for the peasants to mass together and attack.
Alright, that's a wrap. Our final Kings lose to the peasants, who stand victorious up on their hill. And we'll have a quick look at these statistics before wrapping up for the night. Or the day, depending where you are. We're definitely the minority of it being night at the moment.
Oh, just based on the flags, there's only one Australian left in the game itself.
Everybody's sleeping. Some real strong peasant eco damages there. Sorry, I'm looking at the damage.
I know, right?
Yeah, real good aggression out of a few of those players. Nicely played. And thanks everyone for joining tonight. It's been an absolute pleasure to be given control of the bar, Twitch and YouTube. We've had a good time on the stream tonight. And thanks for Praetor doing 90% of the talking. I definitely can't keep up with you. And everyone involved with setting up the streams. Now, if you do want to partake in these King of the Hills, we are on every Sunday. If you jump on the YouTube, AllReasonNoLogic, one word, there is a link in every description to the Discord where the teammates for the Kings and the Peasants can jump on into their respective teams and discuss what they're doing, do their communism ecos and work together.
Good game.
Yeah, very good game.
And a big thanks to all of you guys that have been on our Discord during this and playing through all of it. We hope it was a good bit of fun.
And yeah, once again, make sure you spread the word of this game to all your friends out there and get everyone on board. One day we'll see a Steam launch for this game, and it's going to be absolutely epic. And we hope to see many of these names that we've seen tonight in future games as well.
And if any of you guys want to do this again, we do it every Sunday, and then on every Wednesday we do something a bit more casual. If you're interested, they've just posted a link to our YouTube in the comments, and if you follow that, you'll be able to find links to our Discord and potentially to our Twitch. And we hope that you guys have had as much fun as we have tonight, because and hopefully we get the opportunity to do it again. Big thanks to the guys over at the Beyond All Reason team for letting us do this. And we're really glad that the game is flexible enough that we're capable of doing a game like this.
Yeah, great work, everyone. We'll see you all next time.
Catch you next time.
See you guys next time.